Noting,
Just put this thing on.
noting the hour, I call the Acton Select Board meeting to order. First on our agenda, as always, under regular business is residents' concerns. And if residents who have concerns would come to the microphone, that would be great, and just state your name and address.
Tom Beals, Willow Street. Over the past year plus, you've heard arguments for a ban on gas-powered leaf blowers. The four main reasons being noise, the user health, emissions, and economics. I'm arguing against the ban for freedom of choice. The noise issue is easy. You regulate the effect, not the cause. Whether it's trucks, music, construction, or landscapers, it's more efficient to explain and defend specific noise levels and schedules. With all the talk about landscaper health, no one has presented any evidence of health effects of gas-powered leaf blowers on landscapers. In email correspondence with Mr. Campus, he confirmed that he was unaware of any specific landscaper health effects. This is not really surprising, because in operating a leaf blower, you're creating a large volume of air which immediately dilutes any engine emissions. The emissions of concern are carbon dioxide, volatile organic compounds, and particulate matter. Arguments for the ban presented big, scary numbers in isolation and without citations. Given national and international CO2 emissions, Acton's emissions are trivial. While there is a real cost to Acton's CO2 reductions, with China's and India's CO2 emissions trajectory, there is no real significant benefit to any reduction Acton makes. About the volatile organic compounds, here's a quote from Nature, one of the premier science journals. Volatile organic compounds emitted by plants far exceed VOC emissions from human activities. In the written document, I showed data regarding the half-life of VOCs and argue that whatever the source, volatile organic compounds are not an environmental hazard in Acton. The particulate matters of interest are small particles measured in microns, millionths of a meter, thus the abbreviation PM. In some of the leaf blower discussions, the practice of scouring the ground with the blower has been discussed because it can make relevant particulate matter airborne. That's a problem no matter what type of leaf blower you're using. At the February 26th, 2024 Select Board meeting, during a discussion of various fees, Mr. Paul Campus commented that he did a lot of open air burning. It's outdoor burning season now in Acton, and having seen a very smoky fire yesterday, my sense is that if you want to ban an activity that produces CO2, VOCs, and particulate matter, you get more bang for the buck banning outdoor burning. I want to note that I'm not recommending that. I include some rough numbers in the document for comparison of emissions of outdoor burning versus leaf blowers. Finally, the economic argument. At the September 23rd, 2024 Select Board meeting, Mr. Snyder Grant related his discussion with a landscaper who said, and I quote, "With the current battery equipment, the fall cleanup takes about 50% more time." A landscaper typically charges by the job, not by time, and they will invest in anything that gets the job done quickly, like those stand-up go-kart lawnmowers. But they pay their crew by the hour. So if it takes 50% more time, they can do fewer jobs per day. Say, for example, 6 yards with the most efficient equipment versus 4 yards at 50% more time. If they want the same income, they have to charge more. It's a microeconomic example of productivity loss, of regulation that increases inflation, and the relative cost of various types of landscape equipments get lost in the noise. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other residents' concerns? Any online folks?
There are 8 attendees online, none with their hands raised.
Thanks, David. Moving on to chair update. I don't have a whole lot. I just wanted to give an update. The Economic Development Committee, our RKG, the consulting firm, contracted to do the Town of Acton EDC plan, which was approved at town meeting in 2024 as raw data for the report. They are in the process of compiling and summarizing the data to presentation form, and RKG expects to have a full draft by early May. There will be some community outreach and hopefully a full report by the end of May. Also, I have a save the date, May 5th. Acton Housing Authority is having a groundbreaking ceremony for McManus Manor, which is really exciting. We'll know more later about time. That's all I have. John?
Good evening. I wanted to just mention that we are running an internship program, so if you know any high school juniors or seniors, they can become a summer VIP, which means VIP is volunteer internship program. Anyways, it is paid, and it's a good opportunity for a student to work for a few weeks and learn about what we do, and we're hoping to build the bench for local government, because recruitment and people getting into the business is something that I'm very concerned about. And our HR team started this program, and we're excited to see if there's interest. We also do a college student internship program. I wanted to mention that we are conducting a pilot program with our fire department right now, which has been announced. I think we announced it in January, and it started in February. We're currently running out of 2 stations instead of the 4 stations that we have. I've heard some residents ask why we built the 4th station if we're only running out of 2. And I think the main reason, those are 2 different questions. We built the 4th station because North Acton was not being served adequately by our fire department, because the stations were positioned in a way that didn't provide for good access. Now that we have that position in North Acton, the other 3 stations are closer together, and we're able to see what it's like to run out of 2 without impacting the major policy and decision that was made to add a 4th. That program will be ending in a few weeks, and we hope to get feedback from the community on what you think. Hopefully you didn't notice, that would be the goal. But we want to make sure we hear from you. If you have any thoughts or concerns, go to actonma.gov/fire. There's details about the pilot program and a link to the survey. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Members? Dean?
Thank you. 2 announcements. This Thursday night, the 10th, in this room, the League of Women Voters is going to be having a candidates night with candidates invited who are running for Select Board, Water District Commissioners, School Committee, Housing Authority. So that should be, encourage folks to come to that. And Wednesday, April 16th at 6 p.m. at the Discovery Museum, the Acton 250 Committee is doing an event. It's going to be about 2 hours. A meet and greet with the Acton Minutemen, a thank you for all of the work that they've done over the years, and lots of other events leading up to Patriots' Day. Thank you.
Alyssa?
Thank you. I'll just follow on with more Patriots' Day events on Friday, April 18th from noon until 4. The annual Patriots' Day Spirit event will be at the Faulkner House on High Street, number 5 High Street. There is cooking demonstrations, because when the folks went off to the battle at North Bridge, their families were preparing them food to then deliver on the battlefield. So cooking demonstrations, skirmishes by Civil War reenactors, because Civil War is another reason we celebrate Patriots Day, because Acton sent off a company also on April 19th. And then starting at 5 o'clock at the Robbins Homestead on Concord Road will be the annual Robbins Ride reenactment, and that is the Acton Minutemen rider on a horseback will leave from that homestead, travel to the Isaac Davis home on Hayward, then to the Faulkner house on High Street, and finally to Liberty Tree Farm. So you can get an idea of the alarm that was sent around the town. Colonel Faulkner himself will come out of the Faulkner house and shoot a volley of 3 shots musket to travel on and muster his company to the Faulkner house. In nursing services, I wanted to announce that it's Public Health Week, and there was a social media post about that today, so keep an eye on social media. Probably a lot of highlighting of the services that our Public Health Department does at the Health and Human Services Center over on Sudbury Road. And at the Nursing Services Advisory Committee meeting tonight, the nursing director, Heather York, announced that we've finally hired a per diem nurse after 3 years with a vacancy. So that's really good news. And then also on next weekend, Saturday, April 19th, there will be a plant swap at the library in West Acton from 10 to 12. So definitely check that out if you're looking for plants for your garden.
Thank you. David?
Yes, thank you. The town is conducting a complete streets study in South Acton Village. If you go to the town news section of the town's website, you can find a link there and go look at some concepts for complete streets and give your feedback.
Thank you. Jim?
Last fall, Dean and I came to the board and let you know that we would be planning to locate and mark the boundary markers for the town of Acton. And that's still the plan. We need to wait for weather to be both dry enough and warm enough, but hopefully by the end of April, we'll start doing this. We'll have a more formal update at a future agenda item where we can lay out more about the schedule. We'd be happy to have people accompany us. We're gathering information about the exact location and some historical information about all these cool boundary markers.
Thank you. First up, now moving on to public hearings. I think we're at 7:12. So the Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing on April 7th, 2025 at 7:10 p.m. in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room, 204 at the Town Hall, 472 Main Street, Acton, and virtually on the application of Seafood from Heaven, LLC, DBA Atlantic Sea Grill, located at 77 Great Road, Acton, Mass. Under Section 140 of the Massachusetts General Laws for a common vittler license, the application can be inspected at Town Hall during normal business hours. Remote participants may view the hearing at www.actonmass.com/select-SB or from a telephone. Dial 646-876-9923 and enter webinar ID 503-918-785. Telephone users may dial *9 to request to speak. Computer and app users may use the raised hand feature to request to speak. Oh, there you are. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here again. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm representing Atlantic Sea Grill, Seafood from Heaven, LLC. We are in the final step of completing the transition of the restaurant. And we just wanted to report to you that everything is substantially remaining the same. We're going to have the same exact menu. We're grateful to hold on to many of the same staff members, bartenders and waiters and servers that we have at the restaurant, and invite everybody to come on down and check it out for themselves. We've supplied you a copy of the menu. I'm hoping that most of you are familiar with the operation, and again, it's going to remain exactly the same, except for perhaps some new energy with my client. And if there's any questions, please.
Thank you. Do members have questions? No? David?
Just a very quick question. I noted that there's a seating chart in your application. Are you changing the seating plan? Or is
No.
it the same as?
No, it's going to stay the same.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
I move to close the public hearing.
Thank you.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
I move to approve the common vittler license application, Seafood from Heaven LLC at 77 Great Road.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you so
luck.
very much.
Bye.
We'll see you at the restaurant.
Next up, our second public hearing. Let's see. Under MGL 140, Chapter 40, Section 22, the Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing on April 7th, 2025 at 7:15 in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room, 204, Acton Town Hall, 472 Main Street, and by video conference and call-in for a livery license for Habibi Service Operating out of 420 Great Road, Apartment C10 in Acton. From a computer, please click on the link to join the public meeting, www.actonmass.gov/meeting/SB, or from a telephone, dial 646-876-9923 and enter webinar ID 503-918-785. Telephone users may dial *9 to request to speak after joining the meeting. Computer and app users may use the raise hand feature to request to speak. And I think Mr. Habibi is here, yay. How are you?
Hi, how are you? So I'm not working for a company right by Joanne. It's operating on Westford. So I'm open my company now. So I need the library license for my business account.
Thank you. So do we have any questions?
Sorry. If you need anything, I have 4 years so working operating on Westford.
Repeat that one more time.
So I have 4 years driving on limo.
Yes.
For Westford. So now I need only my livery license for my,
Acton. For Acton.
Yeah, for my business account. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Do you have any questions? Yes, David.
Well, what kind of rides do you intend to offer? Are you on call, or are you going to take people to the airport, or what?
The airport,
Mostly
Logan
the
Airport, yeah. Logan Airport or if you go to Boston for hospital,
Oh, okay.
Somebody people, yeah. But for hospital, I need the livery license,
Yes.
yeah.
Great, thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions? No? Great.
I move to approve the livery
We'll
license.
close the public.
Oh,
hearing.
sorry.
Sorry, that's okay, I know.
I move to close the public hearing.
Second?
And Madam Chair, I'll just note that there is no one online.
Oh,
with their
thank you.
hands.
Yep. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, now I will move to approve the livery service license for Habibi Service, 420 Great Road, C10, Acton, Massachusetts.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good luck. And next up, we have approved request for increase in ambulance service fees.
As Ellie's making her way up, I just wanted to mention that this is something that we discussed last year, and we mentioned that at that time, our rates hadn't been looked at for several years, and the board approved an adjustment at that time, and we said that we'd be back after we see how it goes for a year, and here we are, we're back. Budget Manager Ellie Anderson is here on behalf of the work she's been doing with Marianne Faulkner and with Chief Arnhem.
Okay, thank you. Marianne is on her way up, so she'll probably be joining me right in a couple of minutes. But as John said, we're here to discuss the recommendation for ambulance rates. Chief Anita Arnhem did intend to be here, but she was actually dispatched with FEMA to help with the tornadoes that are going on in the central US. So, okay. So as John mentioned, we were here last year, and here's Marianne. We were here last year with a rate recommendation. The rates were updated to be 400% of the Medicare rate at the time, which is how Westford calculated their rates. And then we said, this is good for the time being, but we'll be back once we've developed a financial plan and come up with a rate-setting plan moving forward. So here we are. Since that time, we have developed a financial plan with a focus on fiscal sustainability and also a standardized approach to rate setting. If these rates are approved tonight, they'll go into effect this week. And then the plan is to have these rates in place through the end of fiscal '25 and then all of fiscal year '26. And then to come back probably next May or June after the next year's budget's approved, and then have those rates in effect for fiscal '27, and then revisit on an annual basis. The chart on this slide shows the total budget for the Ambulance Enterprise Fund in fiscal '24, fiscal '25, and then the recommended budget in fiscal year 2026. As you can see in the chart, we've seen significant increases in costs over the last few years. The predominant drivers for these increases are personnel costs, as well as equipment, maintenance, machinery, apparatus repairs. Those are all things that have escalated quite significantly in the last few years. And then upcoming costs would include the lease and borrowing of ambulances. This past November, town meeting approved a lease of a new ambulance, but we do expect that in the next few years, we'll have to look to replace another ambulance, which means we'd have 2 lease payments or loan terms to pay back out of this fund. And then Marianne can provide some additional context on those personnel drivers.
So as Ellie had mentioned, that fiscal sustainability is key to what we do. And so under John's direction, just recently, the collective bargaining agreement was negotiated for 3 years. And so with that has a COLA and also just examples where it's already coming to fruition is that we recently posted the firefighter paramedic positions, and now we're able to also have EMTBs, which will help us considerably. And with that is that it's been very challenging to recruit. We've had 21 people who recently applied. We conducted 18 interviews last week. We have 8 final candidates. As you know, we have a number of openings, but this is something we haven't seen in quite some time. And I think with that is that we were able to post the new salaries. In addition, that you may be familiar with an impact shift that existed in the past. And with this new language, we were able to change it up just a bit where it can be 24-hour shifts, which helped considerably versus the 4 10-hour days. That was a bit of a challenge. The ALS coordinator will be a firefighter paramedic, and we're just splitting that ALS fee over other 4 firefighter paramedics. Also, a little bit familiarity is fly car. So this is something we'll be going to town meeting for vote, but it has been ratified and we're already seeing the fruition. This does come with costs, but at the same time, we're already seeing it being able to help us, and you will then be able to have a full staff of firefighters. So that's from like the personnel cost side of it. Thank you. Thanks, Ellie.
Thank you.
So this slide shows the recommended rates, as I said, to be effective through all of '25, then all of fiscal '26. So as shown, if approved, the ALS 1 rate would be $2,644. ALS 2 would be $3,828. BLS would be $2,226. And then the mileage would be increased from $35 to $39. Overall, this represents a 10% increase in each of the ride types. So I apologize for the small text on this slide, but I was trying to condense it. I also have printed copies if it would be easier to view. Okay. There you go. So how did we get here? When we set out on the task of developing a financial plan for this fund, we learned very quickly that the ambulance rates that the town charges does not directly correlate to the revenues that we collect each year. So this made the development of a financial forecast a bit challenging. So the reason why there isn't that exact correlation is because rides are billed by the town to either Medicare, Medicaid, private insurance, the patient directly, or as part of a facility contract. The amount collected on that ambulance trip by the end of the fiscal year depends on what entity that bill is being issued to, as well as how long it takes that payment to go through the claims process, which can be quite extensive. So as shown on that table on the bottom left, based on a 3-year average of annualized collections, we've historically collected 23% of what we bill to Medicare, 16% of what's billed to Medicaid, 58% of what's billed to private insurance, and then 5% on what's billed to the patient directly. So the remainder of that bill that goes unpaid over the course of that year, it might not be received within the year that that bill was issued or by the end of that fiscal year. And then the table above that shows the proportion of ambulance rides by that bill type. And as shown, the majority of ambulance rides are to patients who have Medicare or Medicaid, meaning that the majority of the rides that the ambulance enterprise fund collects for, 16 to 23% of what is billed is what will ultimately be collected in that fiscal year. And then though the number of ALS and BLS ambulance rides has increased steadily over the last few years, as shown in that graph, we found that these increases do not directly correlate to increased revenues by the same margin. Unlike with other enterprise funds, like the sewer enterprise fund or the transfer station, where it's a little more of a direct correlation. Given the upcoming capital needs of the ambulance enterprise fund, the complexities of ambulance billing and collections, and increasing operating costs, we feel that a 10% rate increase is necessary to adequately fund ambulance operations. And then we would plan to revisit these rates prior to the start of every fiscal year, as previously discussed. So that's it. That's all we have. We're happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions? David?
Yeah, just two really quick, short questions. Do we use a billing service to get this done? It's probably complicated.
Yeah, so we use Pro EMS, so they handle the billing and collections for all ambulance operations, and then that's paid for. If you look in the ambulance enterprise fund budget, there's a line for ALS assessment, so I believe it's a 4%.
Correct, yes, it is. And this year is somewhat new, is that Emerson Hospital, as you're familiar with me, know that they are getting out of the ambulance business. So OEMS, Office of Emergency Medical Services, under the Department of Public Health, requires for us to operate under a medical director. Our medical director is Dr. Kring, and that is also an additional cost.
And I don't know if you know this offhand, does the billing service bill Medicare's supplements after Medicare itself? Does that happen, or if they have Medicare, they don't bill the supplement?
So that's a great question. The Division of Healthcare Finance and Policy sets the formulary rates, which is the Commonwealth. And once they set the rates, Pro EMS uses that formulary method in order to break down the cost and then bill us.
Okay. And my last question, Ellie, you said in the beginning that we had temporarily set them at 400% of the Medicare level because that's what Westford did. Do you know where we are now? Does the 10% make that 440% of, or how does that work?
So I did look at the Medicare rates this morning. It appears that they've been published for the next several years. So there is about, I think it's a 5% increase over what we had previously,
So just.
if that makes sense.
We're at just over 400% then? Like-
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Jim?
Just a comment. I just wanted to appreciate that we're now in a place where we have your skills in this doing modern, accurate cost estimates and modeling. And that makes a big difference in the confidence we have about setting rates. So I just wanted to appreciate that things are now structured that way, to have a budget director, and that I wanted to appreciate your particular skills in this area.
Ditto. Alyssa?
I will third that. I have a couple of questions. Under what circumstances would the patient be billed directly? Someone who doesn't have insurance?
So that's one example. Another example is that if there's like balance, you see, there's some insurance companies where you have balance payments. So it really depends on what type of insurance you have, if you're responsible for that. And people who don't have insurance, but the uncompensated care pool, which is also part of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, a lot of times the uncompensated care pool will also pick up a percentage, depending on the formulary method.
Okay, thank you. So I'm guessing that these percentage rates of what we are paid by the insurance companies or the patients, that's why we're billing for over 400%. So does that mean that if someone is low income and is not able to pay, it's not sent to a collection agency, there's no need for any sort of low income exemption from these bills to be sent out by our billing service?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No? Great. Thank you so much, Ellie and Mary Ann. Yep. Jim?
I move to approve the ambulance rates as presented.
A second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Nice work.
Next up is discuss guidance regarding the granting of waivers for the fossil fuel-free bylaw.
So we're out in front on this issue amongst a few of our other communities that are in the same, have created a similar bylaw, and our building commissioner has worked with other communities to understand what these exemptions might look like. I know members of the board, particularly Jim, has been very involved in this as well. So there's been now one official request and a second. We know we're getting a second request for an exemption. So we want to have a discussion with the board to see if there's anything particular you'd want to see in an application process for you all to consider waivers. Commissioner Ed Mullen is here to support that discussion as needed, but if there's any initial thoughts that the board has, that would be helpful.
Thank you. Jim?
Just a starting point before it gets into the details. I was wondering if the chapter AC did make it into the packet. I think, oh, it is now. Okay, great. So that's something in your packet if you want to look at it. In particular, I want us to become very familiar with section AC5 on waivers. Depending on how the flow with Ed goes, I'd be happy to, when the time comes, I'm happy to read it out loud, or if we can get it on the screen, that would be great. Because I think that forms the basis of our waiver process. That's all I have to say, I think, for now.
Oh, do you want to talk about the request that you received, that we received?
Sure. Good evening. Ed Mullen, Building Commissioner. Thanks for having me tonight. The first request we received was, sorry, there's a bee flying around.
Is that a wasp or a bee?
Early bee. The first request we received was for residential cooking. They wanted to eliminate their induction stove that was installed in the new home and go with a traditional gas cooktop. And their request was made because of their traditional cooking habits, their traditional cooking ware, and their traditional foods. They feel are better prepared on a gas stove, round bowls, things like that, that they need to use that don't work on an induction stove, apparently. So a lesson for me as well. So they requested relief from the fossil fuel-free bylaw for residential home cooking.
Any questions or input?
So I think we're trying to work on just process, because if you look at the bylaw itself, it gives you options A, B, C, D, and E to consider waiving it. And first of all, the very beginning of AC5 waivers, it says, if I may read it, the building commissioner may grant a waiver subject to the requirements of this chapter in the event that the compliance with this provision of this chapter makes a project financially infeasible or impractical to implement. Compliance with this chapter may be considered infeasible if without limitation, and then it goes to A, B, C, D, and E. Being the authority that's, given, the authority having jurisdiction, but also being the one that has to enforce the bylaw, it makes sense for me, in my opinion, to deny every application that comes in for the waiver and put it before the board. So.
Jim?
Wanted to follow up on that point, because Ed and I have talked about this a couple of times. Yeah, the bylaw, like other towns, is written, to start with the commissioner and then to be allowed to be moved up to the select board if there's a denial. And the point that Ed made was that the act of allowing a waiver should be done in public so that people can comment on it and see what's going on and make sure they understand it, to be able to comment on it if they want to. That wouldn't happen if we had waivers approved, by the building commissioner in his office. So as Ed said, anytime a waiver request comes in, it's going to end up with us. And this chapter AC, if we look down at the bottom, the 5.5 section, it says that we will issue and may thereafter amend guidance regarding the granting of waivers and describing reasonable conditions that may be placed on a waiver. So we have the responsibility to come up with guidelines. The waiver section itself does provide some guidelines. It says, for example, that waivers shall be issued for, just a specific portion of a project that's actually financially infeasible or impractical to implement, if that's our judgment. Rather than, saying, okay, well, this entire project can get a waiver, so you can use fossil fuels anywhere. So we want waivers to be as narrow as possible. And we want to verify that as a result of factors beyond the control of the proponent, The additional cost of the project over the long term, including any available subsidies, would make the project economically unviable, or technological or other factors would make the project unsuitable for its intended purpose. And I will say, when we wrote that, which we took from other towns, we mostly had in mind commercial and industrial applications, which have, very specific energy needs that in some cases might not be able to be met with current technology, just with electricity. What we didn't really talk about very clearly in here was residential waivers. So I would love to have a conversation with the board about that general topic before we actually have to rule on a particular application. Because I think our overall thought was, well, houses can be built to work with electricity. That, it's done all over the place, it works, it's been well tested, and in terms of new construction, there's either no financial extra expense, or it certainly doesn't put it into the realm of, making the project economically unviable. But we hadn't really thought about, issues such as the one we'll be thinking about next week. So I wanted to make sure we had a conversation about the general theory of waivers before we had to wrestle through a particular application.
One quick question, and would there be any situation where, like a general situation where a homeowner would not have to come and get a waiver? In this regard, just hypothetically, this induction stove wanting to be changed over to gas, like, would you consider the fuel they're using? And if it is fossil fuel, do you know where I'm going with that, or?
I think so, but I think Ed as the code expert can answer that better.
Thank you. So I would say that new construction in residential would require an induction stove. Also, a renovation over 1,000 square feet with 100% of the square footage being renovated would also require that stove to, if they were renovating the whole house, all new appliances were being installed, the stove would need to be an induction stove.
Thank you for reminding me, just new construction.
New construction and
Yeah.
what they call level 3 renovations.
Okay.
Those are the two triggers.
Thank you. Yeah. Alyssa?
And I think,
sorry,
sorry.
Jim. No.
I think you were also asking about the type of fuel.
Yes.
So the bylaw does include propane or natural gas or, so yeah, those would all be not okay in new construction.
In new construction?
Yeah.
Thank you. Alyssa?
I'm wondering where C, D, and E are that our building commissioner referred to, because I only see A and B. Up.
I have the one I took off the website for tonight, and I know that A and B are listed in the state website, but on the town website where we have the Sustainability Office of Planning and Department, it comes out that we have C, D, and E also.
Is that under applicability rather than the waiver exemptions, 5?
It's AC5 waivers, and it goes through A, B, C, and then D and E.
That's a mystery.
Yeah.
Because where we're saying A, B, C, and D is back in section 3.1 about what it applies to.
I'm happy to share this one that I have with everybody, but I only printed one.
So you have a C, D, and E on section 5.1?
AC5 waivers. And
Then that is a mystery.
I was the one responsible for taking the bylaws and printing from PDF to get this, what's in our packet. So I'm investigating right now in case I just made a copy error.
Yeah, I have a couple of things. First, I'm happy to hear that we would not make blanket exceptions for builders or anything else. I would have objected to that. I think that it's okay if we make case-by-case exceptions, waivers for, for something like this, for heating round bottom pans for cultural reasons. I'm open, I'd like, as to how we do that, whether we allow the building commissioner to be the judge of that, or whether they're raised to the select board. Either way, I think if we're allowing the building commissioner to do it, I think that we might want to have a written policy on that, just so we all understand what that is. And because one of the things that matters to me is what the proposed solution is. So I assume if there's it's a new house, there's no other fossil fuels in the house when they move in, but they want a gas stove for using a wok or something, adding, running a natural gas line out to the street would be prohibitively expensive. So probably we're talking propane. And that is a plus for me, because propane itself is not a greenhouse gas. Of course, it produces carbon dioxide when it burns, but it's not as dangerous to the environment all by itself. So, I guess to summarize, for me is, I would like either having these raised to the select board each time, or that we develop a written set of waivers that we allow the building commissioner to be, exercise judgment on.
Dean?
Yeah, I would strongly favor that we come up with a set of guidelines. The thought of these things coming back, multiple times to our meetings, and we're already going to 11 o'clock or midnight on our meetings, and then we get into an argument about what kind of cooking appliances people have. I mean, that's a misapplication of our time and energy, frankly. We did recently approve the concept of allowing the town manager and the chairman of the board to sign off on things like non-controversial one-day liquor licenses, just to speed up the process. So I can't imagine why we would want to have a hearing every time somebody wants to change out their gas stove or move to a gas stove. And in addition to the comments that David made about propane, obviously there's whole sections of town that don't have access to natural gas lines on the street, so including my street. So propane is a viable option under those circumstances. So I hope that we don't end up having to have repeated hearings here. I think, get some guidelines together through whatever process we need to do, and hand it off to the building commissioner. The other question that I've got is, in addition to the situation with, specifically for cooking, the situation where somebody's got a renovation of a house that might be more than 1,000 square feet being renovated, but, what is that a reasonable number? And if a house already has a well-established, properly maintained gas-fired heating system, just because you want to renovate 1,001 feet of it, does that mean you have to rip all that stuff out and throw it away? That just seems like an awful waste of everybody's time, especially considering that a great deal of the electricity that's being used in our town and other towns is generated from burning fossil fuel anyway.
Alyssa, and then Jim, sorry, yeah.
So I would definitely be in favor of crafting some policy guidelines. The only the only concern I have is about insulating staff from making these decisions. So I'm guessing we wouldn't see very many hearings if we're just getting to discussing this now, and it was passed in what year? '23, at town meeting. So, it's been 2 years, and now we're finally getting an application, a request for a waiver. So I think that I agree with Jim that it needs to be happening in public so that everyone in town is aware of what the process is, what the standards are, what the reasons are for an exemption. So it doesn't seem that it's, you caught, and I'm not talking about you personally, Ed, but, any staff person in the future, did you catch them on a bad day, or do you have a prior relationship, whatever. I think that just the perception of good above-the-board governance would require that it come to the select board. But it probably would help staff a lot to have policy guidelines that they could communicate to folks that are coming in to make these requests.
Jim?
Just some thoughts. So I guess first a couple of questions for Ed. So the actual implementation date for the fossil fuel-free bylaw was earlier in 2024? It was like
Correct.
March or something, somewhere around in there. So yeah, so okay. So it's been a little bit more than a year. And this is our first request for a waiver. The other thought I had, and Ed might know stuff about this as well, is when we were considering the bylaw, we were thinking about restaurants, and in particular, restaurants that use woks, which, usually you think of them as using, a high visible flame. But we did see that there were induction stovetops that basically had round shapes in them that fit special cookware. So that the round cookware would be directly in contact with the induction surface, and you'd be able to get a lot of heat in there very quickly. So this is the solution for, in cities and towns that have these bans and don't have a waiver process, or have a waiver process and the waiver didn't go through. This is the way that people do high heat cooking in a wok. It's not cheap, but on the other hand, if the alternative is, paying for a whole separate gas connection, it's a lot cheaper than that. And I wondered whether Ed knew had heard anything about, high heat induction cooktops.
I have. So there's been a few restaurants that have come in and talked about available space in town. And when we go through the fossil fuel-free bylaw, they have chose not to come to town because of those requirements. Because of what they're used to cooking with and what they have for equipment, what they want to bring in and how they cook. And I make them aware that there are commercial components that are induction that can do the same cooking. But they say that it's too expensive to bring in. The gas already exists in most of these spaces. A lot of the equipment exists in most of these spaces. So they don't want to do the change out.
Can I follow up on that? So in that situation, it would seem to me that would be a natural time for asking for a waiver. So I was wondering how that part of the conversation went, when you explained that, the law doesn't allow this, except that the law does have a waiver process.
Sure.
Were they interested in pursuing a waiver?
Yeah, I've mentioned it to several. There's one that's still on the table right now. I can't disclose the restaurant at this point publicly, but there are people that are talking about this one location, but there's two others in town where they withdrew, even though I made them aware that, I always make everybody aware there's a waiver process for sure. Any decision I make, whether it's a building code or fossil fuel free, there's always an appeals process.
Okay. Yeah, so I am particularly interested in supporting commercial kitchens. It was one of the examples that we frequently gave as a need for a waiver. So, if I was writing guidelines, I'd certainly be comfortable with, allowing that as a possibility as long as the exception was, very narrowly done for the cooking. The other thing I heard here was that we'd be likely to look much more kindly on a propane solution rather than a natural gas solution. And I agree with that as well. The propane is going to be more expensive on an ongoing basis, but potentially less expensive on an installation basis. So there's some trade-offs there. So I don't know how to turn that into a definite, sort of very specific guideline, but I think that would be a great thing for us to talk about. And if we understood how we were going to handle commercial kitchens, that also might help us understand how we're going to handle residential requests for waivers too.
Alyssa?
So I'm sorry to hear that we have lost a couple of opportunities. I think it would probably be easier if the building commissioner had an example to point to. Look at this restaurant. They received a waiver from the select board for these reasons, right? The real world example, rather than being the first, the test kitchen, as it were. So that should be easier. Obviously, people looking at this bylaw, thinking about coming to town, did not have the advantage of hearing the discussions and the examples given. So I think that those need to be written out in some policy guidelines. And I wonder, Jim, if you might be willing to consider taking a crack at crafting that together with Ed, based on the conversations that he's had maybe, and then bringing it back to the board for discussion, possible revision. And I'm thinking that it could be, commercial examples and specifically talk about types of cooking and high flame, and then residential and mentioning propane opportunities, and also the types of induction stovetops that allow for wok cooking. And then, instead of Ed saying, well, there's a waiver process, and people saying, yeah, I'm not going to take my chances with that, there's something to point to. And once we have one waiver under our belts, then that'll be another thing to point to for people.
It's my hope that, just one comment, I know this is new and maybe it feels like it needs to be handheld, but I think coming to the board for waivers is a lot. And if we can put enough information in guidelines, that's a good strategy. David?
I will say that, members of the board here are talking of, keeping it kind of behind the scenes with the commissioner, but at the same time making it public, right? So those are in conflict, right? I have one comment on that, and then another comment. Perhaps, a middle ground is if we develop a set of guidelines, and if something is recommended by the building commissioner, maybe it's just put on consent. And if one of us has a concern with it, then we hold it. Or if it's not recommended by the commissioner, then we never hold it, right? If someone is, or the commissioner is not comfortable giving the waiver, then it comes to us and is on a regular agenda item. So that's maybe a way to divide that up. I will also say that as far as I'm concerned, and I'm just one member of the board, that if a renovation of a restaurant did not include the kitchen, right? So if they renovated the dining room because they were a particular style of restaurant, and but they left the kitchen intact, and maybe the kitchen already has natural gas cooking, to me, that's a pretty reasonable thing to give a waiver for, right? If the kitchen is renovated, then it's a different story, and I'd want to understand. But if the kitchen, even if the restaurant is more than 50% renovated, but it's the style of the dining room, I would be inclined to give a waiver in that case, because it is hugely expensive to renovate the kitchen and not reuse anything that's in the kitchen, and potentially not reuse some of the cookware.
Jim?
Some thoughts over here. Well, first, a question for David. Does that same thinking apply in your head for residential? I'm renovating, more than half of my house, but I'm not going to actually touch the heating system. Would that trigger in your mind the possibility of a waiver?
Maybe, and maybe we should think about that in the guidelines. Certainly, if you're putting on an addition of more than 50% and you need to add to your heating system, that to me puts it not in the same ballpark. I would not want to have them add another fossil fuel heating system or put in a bigger fossil fuel heating system. If they were just, tearing down a couple of walls inside the existing structure and reorienting how the rooms were, maybe. But again, I certainly would not want this done as a matter of course by a builder. If it's done by an individual homeowner, I think it is, a candidate for this. And I think in both the commercial kitchen sense where they weren't going to renovate the kitchen, or in a home sense, there are financial arguments there. And the bylaw lists financial infeasibility as one of the, maybe even the main condition. So I think that's reasonable. And so perhaps we can put some of these in our guidelines.
Jim?
Another follow-up question for the board. So a concern that I have is that if we make what we might call cultural exceptions, I cook mostly, with high heat, and it's infeasible for me to have an electric stove that would handle that. I'd be concerned that a builder of a multifamily apartment building would come to us with the same argument, that would say, I'm expecting a large number of buyers who will want this and will need it for their cooking. So, I'd like to waive the whole requirement. It's basically what happened. Although the process wasn't in place, it's what happened with the large multifamily on the Maynard line, is that they went all electric with their heating and cooling, but they do have gas stoves. I would like to not support that. I think it's, there's a public health issue with putting in a whole bunch of gas stoves. There's safety issues. And it seems like a way of sort of bypassing both the spirit and the letter of the law. So I wonder about how we find our way through that. And I'm happy to take on to be part of a group that helps write some guidelines, if I get help from town staff. But that's an area that I'm confused about.
David?
Personally, I would never make an automatic exception for a builder, right? I'd make maybe an automatic exception, not even automatic, some guidelines that allowed the building commissioner to make a waiver in the case of an individual homeowner. But I would want it brought to the board if they were requesting a waiver, a builder was requesting a waiver, because I think much more there's the possibility of being accused of favoritism, allowing one developer to do and one developer not to do. So I would not be in favor of any kind of guideline that, favored normal exceptions for a builder. That's just me. Again, we have to vote on the draft guidelines when we get there. But
Alyssa?
I would just suggest that the focus be primarily on renovations rather than, that was the point that was highlighted in the presentation by the board to town meeting. This is primarily focused on new construction. So I think if we hold in our mind that these waivers will be primarily focused on folks that are in homes, doing a renovation, or asking for, I understand that the current situation is somebody bought a new construction and they'd like to swap out the stove, so. But that's something that's very unique to that individual who now lives in the home rather than some expected future buyer or renter, right?
So I know that we have someone online, that would like to speak. And then, Ed, do you need something from us right now? No? Like, do you have a waiver that?
No, I'd be happy to work with Jim and town staff, especially
Yeah.
the sustainability office. We could work something out.
That's awesome. Thank you. Jim?
Just a general comment that because we do have a waiver request, in front of us, we may need to go through at least one without formal guidelines, but we'll work on them as quickly as we can, but I don't want to unnecessarily delay, deciding on if there is a time-sensitive element to the waiver application, I don't want to wait for the whole process of the guidelines, but we'll muddle through, I'm sure.
Thank you. Yes. Online caller?
Hi, Nijan Datar, Winthrop Drive. This whole discussion is absurd. Why are you interested in micromanaging everybody's life so much? I mean, how do you, just listen to what you guys said in the last 5 minutes. You couldn't even come to an agreement, even remotely, about how to thread this needle. There are many reasons why people live their lives the way they want to. It's finances. Nobody's actively trying to pollute the atmosphere more than they, it's not like, oh, my job is to pollute the atmosphere. It's like what kind of a kitchen I want, what kind of a stove I want, what can I afford, what exists. And now I have to go begging to some inspector and nothing personal against anybody, just as a systemic problem. How does that person decide, okay, I can lord it over you, I can give you a waiver, not give you a waiver, on what reason? Why is the cultural reason important? What if I just like my food better this way on this stove? Does it have to be cultural? I mean, how do you decide? This whole thing is absurd. You guys are trying to micromanage my life to this weird extent, and this whole fossil fuel free thing. I mean, in the next 1 year, there's going to be 10 data centers that are going to spew far more fossil fuels that you can hope to imagine. What you're trying to change won't even merit the 18 decimal point in the amount of pollution you're trying to save. How many waivers per year? How much carbon dioxide are you trying to save? I mean, this is nonsense. You guys need to get to more important things. Trying to save every single bit of BTU and fossil fuels is really not worth it. I'm sure you'll be going to plastic bags at some point because you want to, cut down plastic bags so that 0.13 decimal place, some carbon monoxide is going to be reduced. I mean, you guys need to chill out on this whole fossil fuel mania that you guys have, especially on this one issue. Don't micromanage somebody's renovation to that extent. You're going to waste your time. When does the building inspector come to you? When does he decide? What does he waive? Even the 5 minutes or 10 minutes you discussed, you couldn't come to an agreement, and you see all the problems. You cannot thread this needle. You can, and it will become with a reason. Of people's kitchens. Thank you.
Thank you, Nijan. Caller? Online?
Mr. Hills, you have to unmute.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Hills, you have to unmute. We can't unmute you.
Yeah. Maybe if you unmute, we can come back to you. I think we're going to move on. Jim?
Just a last comment. Let's imagine that we were in an environment where there wasn't a lot of propaganda against climate change. The reality of it, the importance of it, the way it's going to ruin our ability to have a civilization. So if we took this seriously as an emergency, all sorts of towns and cities would be doing whatever they could to ban the use of fossil fuels and reduce the chances that we end up in a situation that where, you know, humans can't comfortably live on this planet. Unfortunately, we're not quite in that world, but it is the theory behind the fossil fuel ban. I mean, we've heard about how, you know, Acton's this tiny little town, but when we were advancing this bylaw, we saw that there were lots of other cities and towns doing the same thing, entire states doing the same thing. And the notion was that as the awareness of the emergency spread, more and more cities and towns and states and countries would be doing this, and we would then be able to do what it took to have a livable climate. So that's the theory. I think it's still worth pursuing because, you know, all you have to do is remove the constant propaganda and let people read the science. Then there'll be a more shared understanding about the importance of making progress on this. Thanks.
David?
Can I just confirm the sense of the board? Are we asking Jim and whoever he wants to work with to try to draft some guidelines for us?
Definitely. I think that's our sense. Yeah,
Great, thank you.
I think we're all in agreement on that. Jean?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that, and I will be very entertained to listen to Jim's propaganda. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Enjoy your night. Sure, come up to the mic.
And you can sit if it's uncomfortable to stand.
Jim Fenton. I turned in one of the applications or whatever they are. And everybody's saying it shouldn't be allowed to a builder. I am a builder. I own a lot. I'm one of the biggest taxpayers, me and Mike Jensen in Acton. I own a lot of rental property, and that was a house we built 25 years ago. And I want to remodel it for myself to spend the rest of my time in Acton. Okay, the only reason I want to stay here is because my business is here, my son's running it, 3 of my grandkids work for me and everything else. And we probably built 400 or 500 houses in Acton, and probably 3 or 4 of them have first floor masters. That's a new thing now. Everybody went, and I want a first floor master bedroom. And that's why I want to do the construction work. But I'm not going to sell it. I'm not going to, you know, just because I'm a contractor, it's going to be for me. And, you know, it's like I wrote in my letter, the furnace is only a few years old. To upgrade to all electrics, over $50,000. I just built a house in Carlisle, and it was over $60,000 to do the all electric, just for the, you know, the heat and everything. And I'm just, you know, it's basically, it's to go all electric. There's no way I can do the house. It's just impossible. Too expensive. So, and that's basically why I went in and asked for a waiver, just to do it, do the, you know, do it. It's gonna be a beautiful house, and I'm sure the taxes are gonna go up and everything else. So, and I'm just curious, on mine, nobody even talked about it. Is it gonna be, anybody gonna?
So is there an actual waiver request? Is that how, sorry, sorry, Ed. Sorry.
Mr. Fenton did submit an email to me requesting a waiver for another project. I did forward it to the town manager's office, but it was before the printed deadline for the agenda. So I'd imagine it would be on your next agenda.
So one more agenda.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience.
Does the board have just like a minute? I just want to say something.
Sure.
I've heard people that when I was here earlier, actually, I'm a retired fireman too for Acton. My father was a police chief. I've been here 73 years in Acton, okay? They're talking about closing a fire station, okay? The last one they closed, 60 years ago, they lost a whole family right down the street from the fire station. And I'm sure Dean remembers that, on Railroad Street. And it's still in my head. I remember it. I bought the property down there afterwards and everything. But before you start closing fire stations, you got to think. And it's like I can remember just like it was yesterday. They closed the station. The station was probably, Dean, a quarter mile from the fire? And they lost the kids, all the kids. So just put it in the back of your head when you start thinking about closing stations, because it's just like that, and and we got to live with it, and people forget. But as soon as you mentioned closing a station, it's the first thing I thought of, and I'm sure Dean probably did too. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good night.
May I speak very
Sure.
briefly
Yes.
to Mr. Snyder Grant? I spend a lot of time reading the science on climate and predictions and models, and I would like to make the point that, in my opinion, there is no consensus, there is no unanimity of opinion on the likely effects of the concentration of CO2 and the future climate. There is in the mass media a consensus, but it is not uniformly held as a scientific consensus. Thank you.
Thank you. So moving on to number 7, approve new streetlight installation on Adams Street.
Good evening.
Yeah.
What you have in front of you tonight is a request for additional streetlights to be added along Adams Street. There was an application that was sent in via email to the town manager's office and the highway department. From there, the DPW director conducted a review and has submitted a report and is joining us virtually. And I'm just going to promote him so that Corey York can discuss the application with you. Corey's just joining.
Hi, good evening. So we had received a request for streetlights on Adams Street from one of the residents. Currently, right now, there are no streetlights along Adams. And they had made reference to some, I think there was a house break-in nearby. So what we did was I put out a letter to the neighbors, just seeking input one way or the other. I did receive a couple responses back supporting the request for adding streetlights there for similar reasons. And then at that time, I then forwarded on to town departments like police and fire to get any kind of feedback. The police had commented about a couple incidents along Adams that had occurred. I think there were house break-ins or something like that. So what's before you tonight is their request to add some lights along the road. I think looking at the road, initially it would be, if we were to consider it, I'd probably put try to put lights at the intersections down at Parker Street, up at High Street, and then probably at Millette. And then if we spaced out some lighting along the road, say every other pole or so, we're probably talking in the neighborhood, I would guess, up until like probably 8 total, would be my initial thought. I'd have to meet with a technician just to look at the poles to see which ones have available space to put it up there if there's too much utility. So, but yeah, in general, if theoretically, if we did one every other pole, I think that'd be about 8 in total.
Any questions from members or Alyssa?
So I'm looking at the map that is enclosed in the packet, and it looks like an even longer stretch of Parker has only 4 lights, so I think 8 is excessive, with all due respect, Mr. York. But I will say that I would not be in favor of adding any lights on Adams Street. I did not do reconnaissance ahead of this meeting because I have driven on Adams Street before, and I thought, wow, this is a really dark road. Drove down it because I was picking something up from the Buy Nothing group. And I think that being on the river, it's important to be really mindful of not adding light pollution for all of the reasons that I mentioned at our last light request hearing. It's very detrimental to wildlife, and there is just no connection in the research between additional street lighting and either road safety or crime reduction. And this is not just from advocacy groups like Dark Sky. This is, data that you can find, comprehensive analysis on the NIH website. I think that it's really critical for people to, if they're out walking on a street at night, to wear reflective clothing, headlamps, or carry flashlights so drivers can see. The intermittent lighting that is caused by street light actually makes it really difficult for a lot of drivers at night to adjust to the change in darkness and lightness. If folks are worried about house break-ins, I think that a great solution is to have an installation of motion detector lighting on the property itself that would not be it wouldn't be on all night, disrupting wildlife, but it would come on only when it detects motion. And I also have read a bit about how lighting that's on all the time will actually create shadows where it's easy to, have somebody be concealed. I did note in the email from one of the residents, I think it was the resident who requested, that the camera that they had didn't pick up any intruder because it was dark. I guess it happened at night, but that wasn't really clear in the information that we got if these break-ins happened at night. But a lot of home break-ins happen in the middle of the day. A lot of car break-ins happen in the middle of the day. So I don't see a benefit to adding streetlights. It's a cost to the town for the equipment, for the installation, for the operation of the streetlights. And if homeowners would like to have lighting, I would recommend just some motion detecting lights on the property itself.
Thank you. Dean?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Adams Street. It's, there is a curve on the road, but it's a fairly straight road compared to many of the other roads in town. Not any precipitous curves. The pavement is quite wide. Granted, there are no sidewalks there, but I think, even the road shoulder is in fairly decent shape for most of the length of the road. I'm concerned about setting a precedent of putting a street light out on every other pole because We can't afford it. The simple fact is that a goodly portion of the streetlights that we have right now that went through this process or some other process aren't working. And there doesn't seem to be any real plan for how to get them to work. So if we've got money to put in streetlights, I'd recommend that we invest it in getting the ones where there are lots of pedestrians, like approaching the schools, where we have streetlights that don't work. If it's up to the board to, if they want to recommend, approve some streetlights, I could see putting them at intersections, as you noted, at Parker Street and down High Street, if there's insufficient lighting up there, but I can't, for the life of me, understand why we should light up a road like that, which is fairly sparsely populated. And I will note that, one of the break-ins that was cited was way back 5 years ago. So I think any neighborhood you come up with, you can probably come up with a break-in that happened 5 years ago. So I could understand 1 or 2 streetlights just in intersections, but I can't support the idea of putting them through the length of the road.
David?
I generally agree with what's been said. I think certainly 8 is way too many. Mostly, I think it's appropriate to have streetlights where there are pedestrians. I don't go down Adams Street all the time, but there are not a lot of pedestrians. I can't picture a crosswalk on Adams Street. Now, I won't swear that there isn't one, but I can't picture one right now. So I don't know, I'm a little skeptical that we need lights where there are not pedestrians. I do think that when we have pedestrians, it does help drivers be able to see the pedestrians. But I don't think Adams Street really qualifies there. And I don't see that they would really cut down on crime either.
Jim?
I do see, at least one study that is finding some positive correlation between better lighting and reductions in crime. But I agree, it's not in the majority, but there is some, at least there is some interesting controversy there. My inclination would be, as others have said, to think about the intersections, so have a light at, High Street and Adams and Parker Street and Adams. And Adams Street itself has sort of like one major turn, and a street light there might go a long way towards, spilling light in both directions. I don't see numbers here, so I'm not quite sure how to describe. But I think if you look at Adams Street, it looks like there is a bend right near a house, and that might be a reasonable place for a third light. But I'm not hearing a lot of enthusiasm from my fellow board members for adding more than 2. But if we did, I would add a third one there.
I thought we were just, being asked to add 1. Alyssa?
So I will say, in response to a couple of the things that I've heard, what helps drivers see pedestrians on the road is headlights. That's how I see pedestrians on the road.
Yeah.
I don't need the street lights to shine on them. And it helps immensely when they're wearing reflective gear or headlamps. I think that what I'm seeing in the curve in the road, Jim, maybe is the wastewater treatment plant. And I know that has exterior lighting, so I wouldn't even say that that's necessary. I'm also looking at, many intersections here that don't have lights. So yes, there's an intersection at Parker and Robert and Carlton, and this is an unnamed street. But there's not, a light at High Street and Cindy or Dunham or whatever this sorry, I can't read it, Sybil Lane. So we don't need lights at every intersection. And there's, you know, all these houses up in Robert Road and Gerald Circle and Puritan Road. There's 0 streetlights up there. There's homes there. And they have lights on, and so the lights are shining out the window, or they might have exterior porch lights or garage lights. That's what I found when I did my reconnaissance drive around the other neighborhood. And there's, you know, Dean's saying we should fix some of the lights that aren't working. I think we should just leave them alone. Because when I drove down Adams Street, I slowed down because it was so dark. Cars drive faster when the roads are well lit, and that's well documented. I think people drive, you know, really slowly in other communities because it's darker at night, and you have to slow down. Unless you're 16, maybe. So I don't think that there's a need here for any additional lights. And I will say that probably the lights will be shining across the river once Powder Mill Place is up, and that's, what, 5 stories tall?
Are we ready to take a vote? Sure.
I move to not approve new streetlight installation on Adams Street.
Is there a second? No.
Okay. I'll move that we approve a maximum of 2 streetlights on Adams Street, focused on high-risk areas such as intersections or abrupt curves.
Second.
Any more discussion? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, sorry. Nays?
Nay.
Abstentions?
I'll abstain.
Yep. So 3 ayes, 1 abstention, and 1 nay. Thank you. Thank you, Corey.
Thanks, Corey.
Great, thank you.
Good night.
Thank you.
Moving on to announce nominees for Colonel Francis Faulkner, Senior Exemplary Volunteer of the Year. Should we start with Alyssa and go down the line?
I would be happy, honored to start. So I am pleased to announce that Pat Clifford has accepted my nomination. I'm very glad that she joined the Citizens Library Governance Advisory Committee because she's also on the planning board. So I had her on one of my committees, and I felt that I was able to tap her.
Nice.
I'm pleased to announce Peter Darlow as my nominee. He's been chair of the Design Review Board for many years, and he's also a very handy resource that we go to from time to time when we're looking for very low-cost architectural assistance.
So my nominee is Sahana Parawit. She's on the board of the Acton Housing Authority. She is an organizer extraordinaire. She was instrumental in establishing India Day in Acton. And she's also the chair of Acton's Town Democratic Committee.
I've chosen Michaela Moran. Michaela's on a couple of town committees and has been on others in the past. But maybe most importantly for the town, she's president of Ironwork Farm and has always been involved, as far as I know, with Ironwork Farm in one way or another. And, Ironwork Farm is the premier historical preservation group in town.
Jim?
I'm happy to nominate John Watlington of the Land Stewardship Committee. He's probably he may be the least well-known of the five here, but the reason that is because ever since joining the Land Stewardship Committee, which is now 15 years ago, it's been a while. I'll get the exact number before I have to speak about him. He's just been working really hard at keeping our trails clear. He's been managing a bunch of the invasives work. He started off at Great Hill, which is one of our largest conservation lands, but is now floating between all the conservation lands wherever his efforts are needed. So he works very hard, very quietly, and gets a lot done. And happy to get him a bit of recognition.
Thank you. And just a reminder, this ceremony is May 22nd in the library gathering room at 5:30. Ceremony at 6, little 5:30 to 6 mingling time. Great. Thank you. And moving on to update on Town Hall HVAC and emergency power project.
Thank you, Select Board members. Tonight in the packet, you'll see a rather large document. There's a cover sheet with a memo that breaks down the conversation we're looking to have tonight, and an 86-page document from Salis O'Brien that contains an analysis of an air source heat pump system and a geothermal system for this building, as well as cost estimates towards the end of the document. The quick recap is that we have two options on how to move forward with this building. One is an air source heat pump replacement project, as well, and the second one is a geothermal system replacement. Both of these systems would also, or both of these projects would include a replacement of the failed generator and upgrades to the building as well. The air source heat, so the option one for the air source heat pump project is $3,373,631. It's important to note that this is a cost estimate at this point. It does not include final design, construction administration, or owner's project manager support. This is also done at a conceptual level, so as we move on in the project and get further into design, we'll have more defined cost estimates. The second option for the hybrid or the geothermal system is estimated at $4,426,999, and it's the same stipulation. It does not include those items I mentioned before. What we're asking from the board tonight is some direction on how you would like us to proceed. There is a capital request that's on the town warrant, or planning to go to the town warrant, for a capital item to fund this project at $3,750,000. With that in mind, we came up with two different plans of action, depending on which option you'd like to go with. If the board would like to go with an air source heat pump project, we would move forward with that, contingent upon receiving funding at town meeting. We would enter into the final design phase, receive an updated cost estimate, have more refined numbers, and then move to bid. And dependent on where those bids came in, we would have a better idea on our ability to move forward. But we're pretty confident that we would be within the funding range. The second option for a geothermal system would be to move forward with final design once funds are appropriated from town meeting. We would design it in two phases. The first phase would consist of primarily external work, so everything around the building, the geothermal wells in the parking lot, the generator replacement, and then the upgrades to any systems outside. And then the second phase would, depending on the funding needed and the gap, would go back to town meeting for an additional appropriation, or we would discuss alternative funding sources. David has gracefully joined the project team and has a pretty good knowledge of where the project stands, and I would defer to David to answer any questions about the individual systems and the payoffs. And John and I are happy to discuss either option with you as well.
Thank you. Alyssa?
So I'm very curious about the return on investment, because I know that we've discussed the North Acton Fire Station and how that system pays for itself after 12 years. So I'm wondering what the comparison is here. Not the comparison, but the situation is here.
The comparison between the two alternatives, the air source heat pump is easily better. Easily, both in the capital investment spread off over the life of the bonds and the operating costs. Just so everybody knows, in a geothermal system, it's very difficult to cost justify the last well. That may seem odd, but you drill a number of wells, right? And you only need the last well on the 2 coldest nights of the year. And you're drilling 500 feet into the ground and paying thousands and thousands of dollars for that last well. So it's much easier to justify the geothermal wells that can be used year-round. So the approach we've taken on both the Boardwalk campus and fire station was to size the number of wells to the load needed for air conditioning, and then supplement those on the coldest nights of the year with electric boilers, resistance electric boilers, which are not needed that many nights a year. And in fact, especially in the school is not occupied at night when we have the coldest temperature. And so it's a pretty economical decision. In this project, the consultant has, rather than doing electric boilers to make up that last, for the final load, has sized the geothermal wells to be the appropriate size that can be used most of the time and supplemented them with air source heat pumps. But that means the air source heat pumps in this case are supplying about half the load. And it turns out that it's greatly increased the complexity of the system to have both. And the difference in operational efficiency in this particular case is not that much. So the air source heat pumps are cheaper to install, cheaper to run. It would be different, actually, I believe, if we were doing campus geothermal, but that would be nightmarish to do all at once, right? If we were to, replace the library and town halls, heating and air conditioning systems at the same time, I don't want to think about doing that project at the same time. So in this case, the air source heat pumps are easily better. I estimate in a 25 year bond that we would save $61,000 a year for air source versus geothermal, and over the lifetime, $1.5 million. And for 30 years, we save $55,000 a year, so that's less. And over the lifetime, $1.6 million, which is very slightly more. I think, and I've mentioned this to Tom, I'm a little uncomfortable with making the bonds as long as 30 years, frankly, because the life of a heating system, and this is about the same as any 20 to 25 years. So I'd be much more comfortable with 25 years myself, but that's really a finance decision. I think if we go for 30, then we're going to have overlapping payments when the heating system gets replaced. So I'm happy to, I'm pretty familiar with the project at this point. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, David.
Thank you. And thank you for those comments, David. I think just look at a bit of the history of this building and the way the system was built to begin with. And an important factor, there's been some comment made, well, maybe, go with a gas system because we've already got gas here. based on our lengthy conversation about waivers, I'm not going to go that way, but I think it's important that everybody understands that, yeah, $3+ million is a lot of money, but regardless of the heat source or cooling source, whether it's gas, air source, or ground source, there's a huge amount of other costs involved in this project. The generator, the piping system, the insulation, the fan coil units that need to be replaced throughout the building. All of that stuff, or the majority of it, was built in 1988. So you think of how many people are still driving around a car that you bought in 1988. Not too many of us. And I think we've seen the repeated breakdowns of the system. I guess you guys finally turned off the heat in here and thank you for that, because this place has been just unbearable. For many, many years when I was working here, it took almost daily tweakings of the system to keep it going. And that was, 10+ years ago, and it's only gotten worse. So I think it's a project that really needs to get done. This existing HVAC system was built on a shoestring budget. In fact, the decision was made early on that there would never be a situation where you would have the offices occupied and the upstairs occupied at the same time. So, and that's led to a lot of problems for, the last 40 years or so. So I think, having a properly designed system, and most importantly, having it properly commissioned when it's installed, having it properly designed, and sized for the operation of the building the way it operates now, as opposed to the way it operated, we thought it was going to operate in 1988, makes a big difference. But there is, and despite having 85 pages of detail, there wasn't enough of a detailed breakdown to show what the individual cost elements, but they are substantial. I'd be willing to bet that, probably 2/3 of the cost had nothing to do with how you're generating the heat or the cold. It's all of the other things that need to get replaced regardless. So I'm pleased to hear that David, who's well respected in the field, has come up with such a strong recommendation to go with the air source. Thank you.
It's helpful. David?
Yes, I agree with Dean, but even more so. The heat pumps themselves cost $306,000 out of the $3 million. So it's 90% of things that are not the heat pump itself. And when you're adding air conditioning to a building as well, we would need two systems. We would still need chillers for the air conditioning, and we'd need a boiler for the heating. Those will not be cheaper than the air source heat pumps, especially with mass save incentives, which push it over the edge. So there is no cost justification here to go with gas.
Alyssa?
So I'm comfortable with moving ahead with option, let me get the number correct, 1, as David recommended. And I think it is very critical to communicate as often as we are able with voters that the costs associated with this project are primarily things other than how we're heating and cooling the building. I don't know if I'm going to say this correctly, so somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But once a building renovation costs more than 30% of the total building value, then we need to bring it into full ADA compliance. So for those folks who are not going to take the time to read this 85-page report. There's a lot of information in there about the things that need to be done to correct for ADA non-compliance, and also there's hazardous material mitigation that needs to happen with the presence of mold, as well as the electrical and piping and all of those other things that Dean and David just mentioned. So I appreciate, you calling that out here. Definitely needs to be called out in the presentation that's recorded for ActonTV and the town meeting presentation and any conversations that we have with folks. Because there is going to be pushback about the high cost, and people are going to assume that it's because it's electric.
Thank you. David?
Also, just for clarity, we're, since this is not, considered to be a major renovation, we're not doing or proposing a debt exclusion for this or anything. So this is not changing anybody's taxes. These loans would be paid for out of the normal operating budget.
I'm on board with option 1, too. Jim?
Yes.
Should we? Do you need a vote for this?
A vote would be great. I think
doesn't hurt.
because I think we need to update the warrant to make sure it's reflective. Just make sure it doesn't say geothermal anywhere, because I think we were initially thinking it would be a geothermal well project, so we want to make sure since the board wants to do that, then we'll make sure the warrant is accurately reflecting the next step.
Sounds good.
I move that we recommend option 1 for Town Hall HVAC, which is the air source heat pump option.
Second.
Oh, good point. Is there any public comment in the room or online? Yep. Thanks, Alyssa. Pardon me? Yes.
Would you like the person brought? Okay.
Hi, Nijan Datar again, from Winthrop Drive. I got the response from one of the select board members. Thank you for that. I just wanted to clarify, suppose we had to stay with the natural gas option and we only had to repair things not today, but as they came due. Are you saying that cost would still be $3 million because certain things have to be done right now, like the mold and the generator room, et cetera? Because I'm trying to get a sense of, it's pretty convincing that the air source option is better than the geothermal option. I'm still trying to, wrap my head around how much more expensive is the air source versus natural gas. I thought I heard you say or read in the email that effectively the natural gas option is going to be at more expensive than the air source option even. But I'm thinking in terms of, what is the cheapest way to go here? Given that the amount of money is a lot and, we're pretty stretched as taxpayers, are there things in the natural gas option that can be postponed, kind of gradually over the next 5-10 years, change what's necessary right now, the most immediate things, and then build it up so that in that scenario, does the natural gas option make more financial sense?
Is there a gas option? No. Yep. David, sorry. Yep.
So as Fran knows, I responded to Mr. Datar during the day today. Mr. Datar, you're right that this would not, the natural gas option, I would guess, we didn't price it because we are under the specialized stretch energy code. But my guess it would cost very slightly more, but only very slightly. The biggest cost here, I believe, and I'd have to go through, and I could do this and get back to you, is replacing, so the building uses water to carry heated or chilled, it uses pipes to carry heated or chilled water around the building to fan units around the building. All the piping and all the fan units in the building need to be replaced. Plus, there are places in the building that don't work well. And so, in other words, there are corners of the building that essentially have no heat in the winter. And so those are being fixed. Plus, There are other things, and probably Tom could speak to these better than me, but we know that we're putting in, replacing the generator, which failed here a couple of years ago. And there are a few other things in the project. If you would like me to try to get you an order of magnitude for what's the next biggest thing after the heat pumps themselves, I could try to do that.
Yeah, basically, I'm trying to get a sense of, I mean, it's like I'm trying to save as much money as possible because unlike some people on the select board, I'm not concerned about the fossil fuel aspect of it. I'm concerned about the financial aspect of it. So the air source is better than geothermal. We agree on that. But if natural gas, staying with it and repairing things only as they come due, with the caveat that yes, certain things have to be done this year. I agree with that. If there is a way to save $500,000 or $1 million, etc., we might want to look into that.
May I say one more thing? So I just want to say also that since we're borrowing for this, we get to use the heating system as soon as it's done, but we pay for it over time. And that's when we're talking about a seven-figure municipal project, we would almost always do that. And so the cost is spread out over a number of years. We have to settle on what the term of the bonds would be, but it would be over a long time.
Thank you. Dean?
Yeah, a couple of comments about, trying to phase this in. So originally, this building was heated with small coal stoves, and then they went to coal-burning furnace, and then when we renovated it in 1988, we actually put in an oil burner, and we had a 5,000-gallon oil tank out in the yard. And we thought we did lots of great things and came up with a much cleaner system when we went to natural gas. So now this is the next iteration from there. Some of the problems you run into, the real practical issues with trying to phase in a project like this is that a lot of this building was built in 1864 and was not designed to have any kind of an HVAC system in it at all. It's very difficult to work inside an occupied building and replace this kind of piping and fan coil units. There are also some ceiling-mounted fan coil units that are in some incredibly tight areas down in the finance wing. That the last time when I was here, we tried to replace one of those things. We basically had to shut down finance for about 4 days. So it makes a lot of sense to get this one and done. The other issue is, as far as the order of magnitude of issues, is, that not having an emergency backup generator here creates all kinds of life safety issues as far as operational issues as well. Having a trailer-mounted generator just sitting out on the side lawn in the middle of a historic district probably doesn't send the kind of message we want everybody to hear. And I suspect, although I'm not sure, that the generator that's mounted on the trailer there probably is not sufficient. They probably have to shed a bunch of load to be able to continue to operate the building successfully. So it just makes a lot of sense to just go after this project hammer and tongs and get it done. It's going to be tremendously disruptive. I'm glad that I'm not Tom Bejan overseeing this thing when we try to get it going. But we should get it done. Otherwise, it's just the agony of it. Anytime that you're working with this sort of a system, there's not nearly enough shut-off valves in it, so you end up in having to drain a considerable portion of the building all at once in order to replace just a few fan coil units in some of the upper areas, and you end up effectively having to shut down either the heating or the cooling mode of the entire building while you're doing those isolated areas. So it's just something that, where we can finance it over time, it makes more sense just to get it done, and then, there's an impact on our taxes for everything we do, but I think this is probably the most prudent way to go about it.
Thank you.
Colin, online caller. Yeah.
Hi, this is Corinne Hogseth. I'm on the Finance Committee, as you know, but I'm asking for myself. I heard at the beginning that there's two options, geothermal and air source heat pump. There is a third option, as Mr. Tatar has mentioned, and it's natural gas. And I hear what you're saying that, regarding the cost, but we still should have an actual cost analysis of what that would look like, including that as one of the options. Otherwise, voters can't be fully informed. That's just a statement. One of my questions is in the electrification study from a couple of years ago, the electrification of Town Hall was estimated to be at 17.2 million. And I'm wondering if that is still a reasonable cost estimate. It sounds to me like some of the things you're including in this 3.75 million may not have been in that 17 million. So I'm wondering what that 17 million is going to turn into, and in total, I guess, to do the whole town. Probably most people don't know this. The estimate was 63 million. What's that looking like? Again, voters should know this before they are dragged into this whole electrifying everything process. Thank you.
David?
So the goal here is to replace the HVAC system, right? The town meeting has adopted the specialized stretch energy code, and so we're evaluating the options that are available to us. I'm happy to send Corinne the note that I sent to Mr. Tatar today. It's likely I'm also happy to send that to you. The cost for natural gas would likely be very slightly higher, but the fact of the matter is that these days, between natural gas and heat pumps, there's not much cost difference. Often, we're told by developers that all electric buildings cost less to start with, and that's become typical, and their lifetime energy costs are typically less. So it's not the electricity that has to be justified. You'd have to make some financial reason to justify gas, because it's not possible to justify it anymore. Oh, and also the 17 million, and the town manager or assistant town manager can correct me, that was for the whole facility improvement, not just the HVAC system.
Correct. That was identifying every improvement that we need to make in this building over the next 20 years, and that would be the cost for it at that time.
Yeah, that's what I understood, that the 17 million was for the whole building, not just for the HVAC. But I'll just kind of reiterate, I think when this stretch law was adopted and when town meeting was asked to vote on adopting this green bylaw, they did so without being told, or before they were told, that it would cost $63 million. And had they had that information at the beginning, that what it was actually going to cost them, they might have thought differently about how they were going to vote. Thank you.
So I want to make it clear that that's not correct, right? So first of all, the 63 million is for all facility upgrades for all of our facilities. And secondly, there is essentially no difference in cost between electrifying and natural gas. So that is not an issue. It's just that, in the upcoming years, we're going to have to replace the HVAC system in the public safety facility too. It's just that it's not for any particular a reason other than the old one is 25 years old and not working right.
I understand. So I understand that this was 63 million for the entire town. I understand that. But again, there's no analysis between what it costs to do everything, to electrify everything, versus to do, like I said, just simply what is the most cost-effective way to upgrade these systems as it becomes necessary. That's the baseline.
Sure, and the most cost-effective way here is air source heat pumps. Thanks.
Thank you. Tom, can you remind me again of the cost for the air source heat pumps? Run down the numbers. I just want it in my brain again.
The air source heat pump system is estimated at $3,373,631. Correct, and that's not. Pardon me. Sorry. That's the cost estimate right now for construction at the conceptual level. What that doesn't include is the final design, construction administration, or owner's project manager. And when we get further in, we'll have a more refined number.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. David?
I just want to say, when we make these estimates, I'm not being critical, but we shouldn't have them to the dollar when we know that they're approximate, right? We should round them to the thousands, maybe even to the hundreds of thousands, right? When we say, $999, that implies that we've worked it all out, and that's what we're going to take to town meeting or something. That's not the case. So I think when we have approximate things, we should round them up a bit, just so it's kind of obvious that they're rounded.
Thank you. So, yes. Oh, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? It's unanimous.
I have a, I asked the chair of the 250 committee to attend for an item on the
nice.
agenda, but it's way in the back of the agenda. Item number 24.
No.
Would you consider doing?
Yes. Of course. No. Steve, join us. Yes.
No, I just wanted, I just wanted,
Oh,
if the
okay.
board would be willing to take that now, because I just asked them to be here in case there's any questions about what's going on with this.
Yes, that would be great. Where is this?
It's on the consent agenda,
No.
and my apologies for not
Oh, okay.
flagging this earlier.
24, it's
Yeah.
24. Accept a donate, is that what it is?
Yes.
Yes, accept a donation toward, sorry. Accept a donation of interpretive signs, painting in bronze Minuteman statue from Bob Davis.
Madam Chair, could Mr. Trimble tell us what that's all about?
Yes. I was waiting for a hold.
So for lack of a better word, first of all, I'd like to thank the town employees who have done an amazing job cleaning up this town and all of its revolutionary items. And I've seen them work and jump through hoops the last couple of weeks, so kudos to all of them. I've sort of acted as a conduit for an ancestor of the Davis family who lives in Alabama currently, but he's from Atlanta. And he approached the committee via email back in October, correct me if I'm wrong here, Dean, and was interested in doing something for Isaac Davis. Now, he's never visited here, but he's very enthusiastic, and he, along with some family members and family members of the Simon Willard family of Concord, are coming up here next week for the week, and they're doing various history items. So John and Dean and I talked probably a year ago about putting 3 signs up in town. We sort of had an idea where we wanted to put them, and those 3 signs are essentially going up. So there's 3 large interpretive signs. If you've been to the Arnold Arboretum, they come up on a post and tilt 45 degrees. Two of them went through the Historic District Commission. One was removed, but the one is going to be going across from Town Hall. The dig safes are done for all of these, by the way, thanks to Andrea. It's basically across the hall on the other side of the sidewalk, and I worked with Corey and Dean to modify the original Historic District recommendation, which was in the line of view for traffic coming out of Concord. So as a side note, the construction firm that's doing that is doing a tour of these 13 sites tomorrow with me at 10 o'clock, just to make sure he knows where they're going. The first sign will be placed parallel to the sidewalk, but it will talk about the Davis Monument Tour, and I would say that the way the instructions and illustrations were crafted were we pulled from various organizations, validated the information, some from the Historic District Society, some from Freedom's Way and other places. We got photos. We worked with the Minutemen and Ann Forbes, who everyone probably knows more about history, and Bill Clower went through these. So they've all been tested to the extent that we think that they're accurate. And the photos are good, and I'd be happy to forward the models of them. They just finished recently. The second sign is just outside of the Historic District behind us. It's going to be at the Granite Marker 5, which is at the corner of Minuteman and the Minuteman Drive in Woodbury. We wanted that actually to be a little closer to the 17 Woodbury property, along with a monument that Mr. Davis also wants to donate to the town. But the Historic District wasn't favorable of that location. So we decided to move that sign there. Now, while I talk about the granite markers, there are nine, I think, maybe 10, I guess, I've forgotten because I keep looking at it. In front of each of those granite markers will be a small sign on one post, 2 feet off the ground at an angle, which has a really, actually, they did a great job. It's a map of the Isaac Davis Trail with points on the trail pointing back to the Historic Society site. And it basically is going to be a "You Are Here" sign. So at every single one of our granite markers, you'll have context of where you are, and these signs will be up before the March next week. They'll be up before the 18th. The third large sign is going to actually be in the property that the Water District took, the original path through what was Conan property. I know they have a number for the street and I can't remember it, but it's going to be about 20 yards in. And in all three cases, the signs are specific for that activity. So the one in the back is going to have the small map built into it. Wherever we have a line of march marker, well, it would be just that one. We won't be doing a "You Are Here" sign beside the marker. It'll just be the big one. But the one in the back is going to talk about the trail itself and scouting and the Minutemen's history around it. This one out here is really the Davis Monument and some of the history there. And the one at the line of march will also be focused on that part of the march. So those are the signs that he's donated. They were constructed by a company that we picked. We looked at Fossil, which does most of the town signs today that Patina did, but we opted to go with a different look, just to give it a little bit more oomph. A national company located in Ohio. The last thing that Mr. Davis wanted to donate was based on a Minuteman statue located in Ware, Mass. The one in Ware, Mass is a tall, almost looks like a line of march marker, but twice as big, twice as tall. It has a list of their marchers on it that marched on April 19th. So Bob Davis worked with the Acton Minutemen, the National Park System, the Sons and Daughters of America Revolution, and the Historic Music Society, and came up with a list of 40 men that are known to have walked that day. And he's having that cast. And that statue is being embedded on a stone, and it's actually being done by the same company that did the Acton Garden monument in the front of the town hall. There's a stone with the Acton Garden. It's the same gentleman doing that sign. And that sign went to the Acton Historic District also. Again, when Bob first came up with that sign, the thinking was that we wanted to have these signs where they would actually have foot traffic. So we looked at, Dean and I looked at a bunch of places by the fire station with the benches, all over the front here, in front of the library, the Red House, both sides of the street, the triangle. And John had suggested, well, why don't we put it at 17 Woodbury, the Asa Parlin House? That was declined by the Acton Historic District in favor of locating it in front of the fountain in the Acton Garden Club's space in the front of the building. And that's what we have approval from the Acton Historic District. And I understand that the Garden Club is, and I've talked to them, but I really was a conduit. The Acton Garden Club is not favorable of that location. So that's the one piece that is, is not landing well, I guess.
So based on that description, I think my recommendation for this item would be to graciously accept all these wonderful things that Mr. Davis has offered to do and his family, but I'm not sure how to handle the issue of the sign, because that hasn't, until tonight, I think, been discussed or heard. I know that the board even knows about that, and I do know there's been some concerns from the Garden Club, so not to give the wrong reaction to a gift, but to be cautious about how to proceed is sort of why I wanted to flag this, to make sure that it had some attention now. So I don't know if there's if you want to just hold that one and accept all the rest, or be more careful about how it's worded.
I just wanted to extend a thank you through you for the generous donation. I think this is incredible.
I should also, I did forget one thing.
Yeah.
He's also he has also funded plaques for the area down in that's being redone with CPA money and stuff, the plow area. So I forgot that as well. But I think his intentions are noble, and I have, so that's where those are at the moment.
And it's great that you're going to have them all in before next week.
It's been a rough, last few weeks getting that stuff done, but I think they're going in.
That's incredible. So should we take them separately, or, because you'd ultimately like to also have the statue in by next week as well, right?
And I will just express that Bob's interest is to have it in a location that gets a lot of foot traffic. And he's also, wants the town to do what it thinks is the right thing to do. So I don't think he's, I would say, he's hopeful that it would be in next week, but.
Thank you. Dean.
I would recommend that we accept all of the items being offered, with the only exception being that the exact location of the Minuteman Company monument with the list of names, location to be determined. And, if the thing is ready, maybe we could plunk it down someplace out by the back of Town Hall, a safe location, on a temporary basis, just so that people will be able to see it. And then we can, any of the locations that have been talked about are going to involve further negotiations with the Historic District Commission. And frankly, this would have been so much simpler if we hadn't already sort of committed the ellipse once again to the Garden Club a year ago. But I think I'd be inclined to accept all of those and just allow a temporary location of the boulder with the plaque on it. Maybe put it right out and back by the, adjacent to the right corner of Town Hall, on a temporary basis until we find a permanent location for it. which will probably take a few months of negotiations, I expect.
I agree with that. We should accept all these things. And I was wondering how portable this boulder is.
It doesn't sound very portable.
I will say that to try to work with the garden club, it is, and there's, I will send to you the specific sizes, and I should have brought it with me tonight, but it's a, as I recall, to fit the 40 names on, it's no longer standing up, it's on a stone, so, and the stone was expected to be about 18 inches off the ground at a sort of a, it's a stone, so it'll be a red, sort of the darker red stone, but at a little bit of a lift angle, so maybe 6 inches in the front, 18 in the back, with 4 inches around the actual plate, and the plate, I think, is 26 by 40, so it would have to be like 48 by 32, I think was the size that they were trying to get the stone, and I have not seen the stone, so that's what they were shooting for.
So, you know.
But I still don't think it's something you, just two guys go pick up.
The reason I asked that, it was for two reasons. One, is it portable enough can we put it in a place temporarily? And two, is someone able to steal it if we put it in a place, right? Temporarily. So, for example, we could put it in the garden in front of Town Hall so that it's there for April 18th, right? And if we negotiate with the garden club and we all decide that it doesn't belong there, then we can move it to where we decide to put it. But I completely agree with accepting this, and between the 250 committee and the town manager, you guys can decide where to put it temporarily. My input is that people be able to see it somewhere on the 18th, you know, when they're out here in the morning, you know, 6:30 or whatever the time is in the morning. I would like to see the people passing by Town Hall to be able to see that this is the prime day to see these names, right? And so if we have to ask for the garden club's indulgence to put it there and then negotiate with them, I'm completely okay with that. But that's up to the 250 committee and the manager. I have just one other little question. Are the signs that are going on the granite pillars, are they also metal?
They're not going on.
They're going in front. Right?
They're going in front.
Are they metal though?
Yes. Okay. And they, the company that does these, they have signs that have been up for 18, 20 years that look brand new. So they're black aluminum. They go in the ground about 36 inches, as I recall. They are framed, so you slide the plaque into it, and then it's really tight into them. And they come with an anti-graffiti coating on them, and they're supposed to be wiped clean kind of things for years. So I'd be happy to, as a follow-up, I'll send you this material in the morning just so you can take a peek at it.
Perfect, thank you.
The only other place I might suggest putting it temporarily is on the other side of the double doors in the lobby where the plow exhibit will be finished, because that might be another option to place it for a short period of time. That way you wouldn't worry about anyone taking it, it's safe, and it would be, it might not be a bad place to put it either.
I just like the idea of these names being out front on the 250th, because these are the people, these are the men that marched to Concord, or some of them, right? And so, anyway,
We have the research people talking at the, and I know you have a busy schedule, I'll just take a second, but we have our big event next week at the Discovery Museum, and the person that did the bulk of the research, because the names were not the same in any location. They were either misspelled, missing. It was 4 months of going through papers, and none of that stuff's really electronic per se. And one of the action items we have is to make sure all 4 lists. And the other reason that you want to focus just on that day is because Acton had many more men go into the serve in the Revolutionary. So you didn't want to get into a thing of, well, my great-grandfather also served, but it really is the best list that we can generate based on today's history. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Alyssa?
I'm just wondering if we have the complete list, because I see interpretive signs, painting, and bronze Minuteman statue.
Oh, I did forget the painting. So what Bob wants to do, and I think it's pending, is where the bulletin board is in the Isaac Davis lobby, I'll call it for lack of another word. The bulletin board, to my understanding from earlier discussions with John, was not legally required anymore there. He would like to have the Concord hymn by Emerson painted on that. He's got a plaque that's coming for it. So the thinking was hand paint the poem. Again, just to tie the plow, there's a part of the post of the North Bridge is down there, and that saying would sort of like tie it in. So I think the overall theme of the donations was to give a little bit more substance to what these were and try to tie the plow to the North Bridge. So that's the painting piece.
So you've already read this as the consent item, and I just want to make sure we have everything on here. Because bronze Minuteman statue, I'm thinking it's a figurine, but it sounds like it's a plaque with 40 names on it, so maybe we... But there is a metal that's going to be inlaid. So I just think we need to read this again in order to accept everything, because that plaque on the boulder is not here. And is this statue, bronze Minuteman statue, is that something that
So
refers to the boulder, or is it a figure? It's late.
So the last thing that Bob's interested in donating, and it's not built yet, is there was a second version of the Minutemen done by Daniel Chester French. There's the one that you all have seen at the bridge, but later on in like 1870, he did one for the USS Concord. And he has one of the 10 there were 10 of those made, and he is one of those 10. And he wants to have that cast and also donate that statue, where he'd like to put it on a base, not to the extent of the Gardner one, but like something like that, but smaller, 30 by 30. The statue is 35 inches, I think, tall, and he wants to put it on a base, and he'd like to put that on the other side of the double doors with the Davis plow. That's where he'd like to put it. He was going to ship it up here for next week, and the library had agreed to display it, but due to insurance concerns, he decided not to do that. I actually advised that he not do that, because they were moving their families all over the place next week, and I didn't want to have to deal with handling it, so that's not coming up. And so just to finalize, there's the bronze statue that hasn't been cast yet, and I think that's the largest dollar item of all of these, is that there's the plaques in the Davis Plow area. There's the line of march markers at each of Acton's line of march markers, except for the number 5, which is at Woodbury and Minutemen, because that's going to have a larger sign on it. And there are 3 large signs completely. The one I just noted at Woodbury and Minutemen, one across on Main Street across, just sort of near the trough, but north of it. And then the one that's going in the Water District area.
Dean?
I think it might be simpler. There's there's a list that was generated, and I think if we just accept the list, which was dated March 24th, 2025, I think that,
Bob, that's from Bob, right?
that's from Mr. Davis. I think that's got a good list of everything and all of the details.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes, aye.
No nays. Thank you, Steve. Would you all mind if I quickly ran down the consent items and then bump back up to?
You're the chair.
Let's do it. 13, approve meeting minutes for February 24, March 3rd, 17, and 24, 2025. 14, approve proclamation in recognition of the continuous contributions of the Acton Minutemen. 15, proclaim Wednesday, April 23rd, 2025 as Arbor Day in the town of Acton and approve proclamation. 16, approve a one-day malt and wine license for Naviet Dhaliwal on September 12th, 2025 at Nara Park Pavilion. 17, approve a one-day all-alcoholic beverage license Boston Area Gleaners on June 21st, 2025 at 91 Martin Street. 18, approve a one-day malt and wine license for Theater 3 on May 3rd through 5th and May 9 through 11, 2025 at 250 Central Street. At 19, approve a farmer's market mead and winery license application for Bliss Point Meadery for the 2025 Acton Boxborough Farmers Market. 20, accept a gift of $100 from John and Margaret Kalin to be deposited into Acton Fire Department gift account number 3158. 21, accept a gift of $200 from Elaine and Newsham to be deposited into the Acton Fire Department gift account, number 3158. 22, accept a donation of $100,000 from the Acton Conservation Trust towards the purchase of 19 and 35 Weatherby Street for conservation purposes. Thank you, ACT. 23, accept a donation toward a memorial bench valued at $1,757.24 in honor of Paul Gooditz to be placed at Camp Acton. 25, accept a donation of $685.50 from McKinnon Printing Company Incorporated from the proceeds of merchandise sales for Acton 250 Committee to be deposited in the Acton 250 celebration account. 26, accept a donation of $100 from Robert Morris to be deposited in the Acton 250 celebration account.
Move to approve consent items 13 through 23 inclusive, plus 25 and 26.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. So now discuss Acton Leadership Group.
We have a meeting at 7:30 tomorrow morning with the Acton Leadership Group right here in this room. So look forward to seeing you, some of you there. At the last meeting, there was discussion about consensus. There was questions about the town's projections for FY '27. So we did publish an updated ALG plan for tomorrow's meeting. Given the time frame and the amount of variability into making projections for future years, we looked at some major cost drivers like health insurance and pension and employee contracts and other things. And while I believe that there's ways to bring this number down when we get there, we put in a 5.2% increase in '27, which actually, when you do the math, it actually is a 5.25 because the offset remains the same. But in any event, that's a number that's a placeholder as a projection instead of the 3.75 that was in there. That assumes a capital investment of 1.25 million. If that were to go down, that would change the percentage, and there are other things that we would normally do as part of the budgeting process that could get that number to be reduced as needed. But I was asked to come up with a number, and given the stage in the game, that's the number that we came up with. So that's in the plan. And we also got an update from Minutemen School that they have a surplus in their E&D account, which means that they are going to reduce our assessment for 26 even further by 26,000 or some number of, by 39,000. So right now, the surplus, there's a net surplus in 26 of about $40,000, which is a good spot to be in. We could put that in excess levy, or we could just plan on it going to excess levy. There's moving it there would just be symbolic, but it may be something that the ALG decides to do tomorrow, or that you asked me to do tonight. Those are the major items. The other major item is we put the new cost estimate for debt service for the DPW building in the plan. The debt service is 2.1 million, which is a reduction. It had been previously a little bit higher than that. So those are the changes to the plan, and I look forward to any direction that you all want to provide to the two members and us that'll be there in the morning to reach a consensus. I think there appeared to be a consensus on 26, or I guess there was a consensus on 26. I think the work we have to do tomorrow morning is on 27, 28, and 29. So hopefully what we have in there would be sufficient. I guess one other final thing is that the school district had initially said they needed a 6.3% increase. They reduced that to a number in the 5.6 something range based on some further analysis that they did. So that's all reflected in the plan, which we'll be going over in the morning.
Any questions or discussion? David?
Yeah, so a couple things. Reduction by the school district, I would like to see that go to untaxed levy. I think it's.
For Minutemen.
Was that?
Minutemen.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Minutemen.
Sorry.
Yeah.
From Minuteman for the $39,000 or $36,000. I would like to have to just go to untaxed levy at this point, since we've, agreed on the operating budgets for the two entities. There's no sense in trying to divvy up that money. And we had, a little bit of that money got reduced before, so that I would just propose that we put it back there. For next year, those numbers proposed, for 5.6% for the town, for the schools, and 5.2% for the town, I believe could not be done without an override. So I would hesitate to put them in the plan now myself. Really, that's what next year's work is about. If we want to say that, next year is a problem at town meeting, I'm completely fine with that. Or I don't know, maybe we bump them a little bit, but I think it's premature to say or indicate that we need an override next year. So I would not want to say or imply that yet. I mean, so anyway, I've said that. And finally, in the out years of FY '28 and beyond, I would propose that the increases be the same in percentage terms for the school district and the town. I'm completely fine with, in any given year where we're trying to balance the budget in every given year, that based on the details of that year, that if ALG wants to say the town gets more, the schools get more, I'm completely on board with that. But what we changed just a few years ago was to have an even percentage in the out years. And for a while, we didn't have that even, which meant the town was at a compounded disadvantage, and which meant we were always behind when having to argue for a share. And I just think that's not fair. Again, I'm completely fine in whatever ALG and the other boards decide to, for next year. But I think in the out years, we have to have an even percentage. We were running at 3.75%. If we think that that's too little, we can put it to 4 or something. But I just would like it to be even.
Thank you. Alyssa?
So I agree with, I think all that David just said, although I wouldn't characterize it as it's not fair, but that it's not prudent, because it means that the town is in a position with that compounded disadvantage to be in a position to continually defer capital projects or address service needs that have been identified with new positions or whatever it is that is a need. And we hear frequently from residents that there's a large percentage of residents in the town who benefit from living in a town with a good school system, but do not directly benefit by sending children there. Sorry, I'm scratchy. I also agree to not have these numbers in the ALG plan. So my recollection of the direction that we agreed on was to get a number using, cost drivers and have that estimate, but not put it into the spreadsheet just yet, because I remember being pretty adamant that I didn't think it was a good idea to bake that into the spreadsheet and, send it out to every resident in town with this very scary deficit that we see here, and instead just have a narrative of that underneath the table that goes out in the warrant so people can see that. So I agree with David that we should, have it be 3.75% for both entities, and then a narrative that talks about the real expected cost of continuing to maintain services as they are now, so people don't lose faith in the restructuring exploration that the school district is about to embark on, and they don't see that, oh my goodness, this is impossible. We've been able to each year balance the budget when we see a $1.5 or $2 million deficit, but when we're getting into 8 million, 11.6 million, that's just too much. That's scary. And in terms of the extra 39,000, I'm not sure I'm on board with adding it into the untaxed levy. Maybe I am. I just recall that we reduced the town budget by, I think it was 36,000 because of the 14.8% increase to health insurance that we got from Maya when we had budgeted something that was a little bit lower. So I don't think that we would have to argue in ALG who it goes to or how to split it up. I feel that reduction was made in the town's operating budget. But can you maybe explain to me how this would impact the taxpayer if it was in untaxed levy rather than being put back in the budget? It would keep their tax increase to a minimum, yes?
That's correct. So if we
Okay,
move an
I'm okay
untaxed
with
levy, it reduces the average tax bill by a minuscule amount, because it's $39,000 divided up among all the taxes in town.
I'm good with that then.
But my reason for saying that is we're very close on basically I believe everybody has agreed on the operating budgets. If now we say we want to add $39,000, it's just undoing that agreement. And we're only 4 weeks ahead of town meeting. And so I just, don't think we should undo that. We could also tax it and let it flow to free cash, but I think it's better to move it to untaxed levy and, because we've already figured out how to deal with the lower budget, what we're going to cut and everything. So let's just move forward. Also, one final thing is next year is much harder than this year. This year is relatively easy budget year. Next year is a relatively hard budget year. and every last dollar we have next year will help.
Dean?
So I agree with David on the idea that 39,000 going into the untaxed levy capacity, because I've just, for pretty much the same reason, yeah, we could use the $39,000, but 4 weeks before town meeting is probably not the time to start dipping into it. You know, the budgets have already been transmitted to the Finance Committee, and it's just opening up a can of worms. I frankly think that we should put the numbers that that John has come up with, 5.2% in 27, and accept that number from the schools as well. I'm sure that the number that John came up with is a reasonable and defensible number, and I expect the same of the schools. When we get into the meeting tomorrow morning, if we've got the schools want to carry their higher number of 5.6, and Finance Committee seem to be on board with that, and we've got a number that we think is defensible, I don't want to get in a situation that we can't reach consensus on that out year. So I think we need to be able to have the flexibility of including that. I think those are reasonable numbers. Yeah, that's not great, but I think they're reasonable and defensible numbers. And as far as, the question of whether characterizing the schools from time to time getting a higher percentage than the town is whether that's fair or prudent, I think I'd agree with David with the characterization of it being not fair, because we've got a situation that, 2/3 of the entire tax base of the town is being used to provide services to 20% of the population. That's not fair. And, we can have an argument till well after midnight about, what's fair or not fair. But I think, in this case, I agree with David's characterization.
David?
So when I said fair, I just didn't want to put the town in the position of being behind the 8 ball and have to argue from behind, right? It just starts out with the assumption in the wrong place. I am and I understand that that we have challenges in the school system, and I want to fully fund our schools, but I want that done on a year-to-year basis. That's what the ALG process is for, so that's just what that's for. I completely agree with Dean that if the 5.6 number goes into the spreadsheet, we should put, for the schools, we should put the 5.2 number for the town. But I would prefer we not do either of those, that we go with the 3.75 or 4%, in all the out years. But if people are insistent that we want to do that, the 5.6 and 5.2, that's fine. The problem I have with that, again, is anybody who looks a little bit deeper, that says we're going to need an override next year, which I think is, we cannot make that assumption. I'm not sure we'd get 3 members of the select board to vote to put it on the ballot, right? I don't know, right? I'm not predicting what we would do, but never mind voters, right? And so I don't want anybody to accuse us of saying we're going to need an override next year. I completely admit that next year's a tough budget year. I don't know what's going to happen, right? That we have to get there and figure that out. So that was my only objection, but if we want to show the depth of the problem, I'm okay with that, I guess.
Just ask a clarifying question. You were just suggesting putting 5.25% for this year.
So,
yeah, and the outlier years, 3.7.
We have to be careful of this, because now we have
Next year,
3 years
yep.
that could be called this.
Yep.
ALG is really planning FY '26.
Right.
Right? The school committee has said in FY '27 that they need 5.6%.
Right.
Now, they were saying, so we're talking.
For 27.
For 27.
Sorry.
And I
That's why
agree
I
with
have that.
Dean that if ALG puts 5.6% for the schools in 27, that we should put 5.2% for the town in 27, and then
For the outliers.
3.75.
Great.
Or some even
Yep.
number for any of FY '28 and beyond.
Yes, great. Jim? Oh, sorry, Alyssa, and then Alyssa.
I'm fine with the way this conversation's going and trust the reps to figure it out. So I mean, just to sort of say it out loud again, yeah, I prefer neither large increase to show up in the out years, but if that doesn't work, then having both there is a good second, second best.
Thank you. Alyssa?
I don't know why I just raised my hand. I knew you were calling on me. So my mom always told me life's not fair. So it's really not about the word so much as it is about the fact that I want to be responsive to the messages that are coming in from residents. But the simple fact of the matter is that the school district has 1,000 employees and the town has about 200. It costs more, right, to educate the K-12 population in our town, whether they're here or at Minutemen or, some other special program. So while I want to be responsive, I don't think that we should focus so much on the percentage of the town that is paying for, the smaller percentage of school children, because that's how it works, right? It's subsidized by people who no longer have or never had children in the school system, and it's just what it costs. So we can continue to gripe that 65% of our tax dollar goes to the school and only, 35 cents on the dollar goes to the town, but those are the costs of having, a school system, and we all benefit indirectly from living in a community with such a strong commitment to education. We get all of these other benefits as well.
So do we have enough information to move on? I think so. Yeah.
That's up to you and Dean.
Yeah.
That's up to you and Dean.
Think?
Whether you have
Yeah.
enough.
Bright and early tomorrow. Thank you. Next up is the update on DPW building project.
So I'm sure that Tom's got items as well, but I will observe that the building committee met on the 2nd, and after debate and analysis and discussion from the folks from Weston Sampson, the building committee voted to support the concept of $35,200,690 to go for the request to support that article. And that was on a 6 in favor, 1 opposed vote. So, and the vote was to transmit that information to the select board and to recommend it. The other couple of items that we've got is that tomorrow night, David and I, primarily David, are going to be presenting to the Green Advisory Board a lot of detailed information about the DPW building. I'll be giving sort of a brief overview, and David will dive into some very detailed information about the HVAC system and the energy usage of the building. And then on Tuesday, the 15th of April, in the afternoon, I'll be presenting to the Council on Aging, and in the evening, I'll be presenting to the Planning Board. Other than that, I'll defer to Tom as far as more discussion about the what's come back as far as the budget estimate, and that's what the building committee based their vote on.
Thank you, Dean. So the total cost estimate, so let me back up, I apologize. As part of this phase of cost estimating, at the 40% design phase, there was two done. There was a cost estimate done by the owner's project manager and a cost estimate done by the designer, similar to the first cost estimates that were done back in December. Once they were submitted to both parties, they reconciled it, so they looked at different line items to make sure there were no glaring differences. Once they did that, they sent that to the town and came with a total project cost of $37,995,690. The number that Dean had read is the borrowing number that'll be on the town warrant, and that's less the $1.225 million that was appropriated for design at the 2023 town meeting, and less the proposal to spend from capital stabilization of $1.55 million. So at this point, we're in a pretty good position. We think so, and Dean, correct me if you feel differently on the committee side, but it seemed that the committee was, for the majority, pretty happy with these numbers. On the town side, we had discussed a building size of 52,000 square feet and $47 million. And the product that's in front of everybody now is a 42,000 square foot building at $38 million. So we feel that we've moved quite a bit, and through collective design efforts, came up with a building that's reflective on what the DPW needs, the direction we've gotten from the board and the committee, and we're excited to move this forward. I'm happy to answer any questions, but the packet contains both the total project cost roll-up as well as a cost estimate from TCI.
Thank you. David?
Since no one else is talking, I can
I
always
know.
talk. I compliment the building committee on their work, and Tom and others in the town as well. The result is great. We're from the feasibility study, as Tom says, we're $10 million down in cost and 10,000 square feet down in size. My only little bit of sadness thing here is, and I agree with all the value engineering things, the only one that gives me pause is the shell of the area for the wash bay. The wash bay could be fitted out later, but not including that in the shell of the building is really hard to fit out, to add later. It's, adding an addition to the building. That makes me, and I consider that a key environmental thing. And washing the vehicles in the garage is not ideal from a number of points of view, which I won't go into here. I'm almost wondering whether we should, have the motion at town meeting that, for the number that Dean said, and then offer an amendment to add $700,000 to that, and see what town meeting thinks about adding the shell for the wash bay. Anyway, that's just an idea. I'm a little bit concerned in general from some of the publicity for the project. People have written the Acton Exchange against the project. I have not seen a letter in the Exchange in favor. I feel like some of the points in those letters are misleading, right? And so I'm concerned that people get only one point of view. I will say that I think the building, especially as it is now, is an excellent value for taxpayers, and we should not, it's just the committee again and staff have done a really good job, and it's a good value for taxpayers. And if we don't pass it, it's a huge hit to taxpayers, right? First of all, we will have lost our $1.2 million in design money. We can't really come back from that unless, it's really hard to come back from that because people are going to expect changes, which requires design money. We can't have a smaller building and still have the DPW efficiency. So this new building allows us to be efficient from a number of point of views, from storing the vehicles in the garage to the interactions among the staff. We don't really have any alternatives. People like to say we need to find some alternative that's less cost. I don't know what that would be. We have investigated any suggestion that a finance committee member or other member of the public or anybody has had, and we've adopted a number of them. And part of the, Alyssa made one for reducing the corridor in the back of the building. The biggest one numerically was one from a member of the finance committee who proposed that we not have phased construction, which probably saved $1 million. So those are all been great, but there's no place to go from that without not having an adequate building. And I think the worst thing for taxpayers, it would be to build a building that we say, okay, this doesn't satisfy the need. I don't know how we could do that, right? It's almost lying to the public to say, we need a new DPW building, but it doesn't work for us. And so we really cannot go any smaller. And so anyway, I'm concerned about that. I don't know if the board wants to authorize one of us to write a letter to the exchange, or whether we just want to let members of the public do that. That's it for me.
Think about that. Alyssa?
So I will point out that there was one letter in support of the project before it got reduced even, from John Benson. So that letter was published. There's another one that I know that will be published this weekend, this weekend, because I was copied on it. I'm glad that you brought up the letters to the editor. You were very generous by saying that some of the statements were misleading, because I found several of them completely inaccurate. I take umbrage, I love using that word, at the assertion that neighbor concerns were completely ignored. I don't know what completely ignored means to other people, but it certainly does not mean having conversations with those neighbors. Every single one of us, I believe, has had conversations. The town put up tapes, not in one location, in 2 locations, not for one day, but I think it was 10 days, 14 days, and collected traffic data so that we could really understand the traffic issues. I think that there's room for additional mitigation here. I know that one of the bid alternates add alternates is the sound barrier. So it's unfortunate that that's not in the base project, because that would have buffered even more noise and perhaps even light from Forest Road. When I was on a site visit with one of the neighbors, just looking from Forest Road to the building, it's trees, so there is a vegetative buffer, but it's just tree trunks. So I think that, planting a hedge of evergreens like rhododendron would be really nice to incorporate into this project. And I also would like to hear from the board. I was disappointed at the building committee meeting that the committee did not vote to recommend the wash bay, at least the shell, if not also the components. But David, I don't understand why it would have to be an amendment, why that's not the select board's decision to have a borrowing amount that includes that. So I'd like to hear the board's thoughts on that, because Dean actually requested, how about we add those 2 top add alternates back in. And because of this value engineering knocking off a few $1 million more, I'd like to hear folks, because we've all talked to neighbors individually, but we've not discussed the sidewalk request in public at a meeting. So I think that for me, it's, even though it's not a new municipal operation that's being added to a residential area like the fire station in North Acton on Harris Street was, certainly when it was built, the town at a population of 14,000 has significantly increased to 24,000, 40%. So I'm assuming we have additional vehicles in our fleet. We have additional road miles and sidewalk miles. And while I don't think that the number of vehicles on the road at 500 daily or the average speed is a serious safety concern, certainly the size of the vehicles, right? They're dump trucks and snow plows and school buses and fire engines and ambulances. So I'm interested to hear the board about that issue and also about the wash bay, whether we would want to include that borrowing on the warrant.
Jim?
I was originally interested in trying to do something about the sidewalk, like, add it in as an ad alternate. That if the bids came in low enough, we'd be able to, include the sidewalk. But that was really about, for me, it was about trying to bring, the neighborhood along, the neighborhood association. And what's happened now is that they've, Eric Hales has gone full nuclear on this. He's gone on Facebook and said, here's the 10 reasons why you don't want the DPW building, even though he used to say, this is an important project and I want my sidewalk. He's trying to tank it now. So I don't have any interest right now in going to any lengths to try to get a sidewalk there. In terms of the bay, I'd be open to including it, but I don't feel compelled to add it. I think getting it done at a lower cost is a pretty compelling goal right now. And what else? People who are reading misleading letters might be wanting to look on the town's website to get the latest information. So, we've talked a lot about how the town's website is hard to navigate, but, when I look for DPW, I find the Public Works Facility Project page, and the last update is February 12th. So that's wrong. There has to be up-to-date information that's really easy to find, especially with all this new news about the lower price. You wouldn't find that looking on the website, and that's a real flaw right now. That's all my thoughts.
Dean?
Yeah, as far as the sidewalk goes, I believe that they went through the same process with the Transportation Advisory Committee to prioritize sidewalks, and I think Forest Road came out as like number 42. Those comments have been made that, sidewalks were promised in 1969. We found no documentation of that. I was not attending town meeting at that point. And if it really was promised and people were really expecting it, we haven't heard from them in 50 years, so I kind of doubt that. I'm concerned about issues with building sidewalks as a result of arm twisting. The we've got people that have very, very well documented needs for sidewalks. And I'm thinking, the first one that jumps out at me is Stowe Street. People have been waiting for 20 years for sidewalks down there. Lots of other areas, I think it's just a degree of fairness that, we stick with the prioritization that TAC and everybody else has come up with over the years, and we respect that. Personally, I'd love to see sidewalks on every street in town. That would be an ideal goal. But, we just don't have the money to do that, and we don't have the time to do that. As far as the wash bay goes, and for those who were attending the meeting the other night, I argued for that, to have, at least have the shell built. That was not supported by the committee because, there's a question of would that extra $700,000 or $800,000 be enough to twist the vote? So I don't know if that is or not. But I think I would still favor going with what was approved by the building committee and hope against hope that the bidding situation, if we get to that point, is favorable enough so that, the first ad alternate that we would put back in would be the shell of the building. The second one would be furnish the equipment inside. I want to keep the number as low as possible. And yeah, it really bothered me. I don't think anybody liked the idea about giving up the wash bay. But I think at this point, I think we should stick with a lower number. But if somebody wanted to add an amendment on the floor, that would be fine with me too.
I just wanted to add that I was irked too by the removal of the wash bay. And I think it's smart to build the shell of the building that you'll need for the future. So, and I have no comment on sidewalks. I purposely don't have an agenda item named sidewalks.
I'm happy to go with the sense of the committee as to whether we add in $700,000 to cover the wash bay shell or not. The reason I suggested maybe offering it as an amendment is it kind of threads that needle and it puts it in the hands of town meeting. So we go in with the lower number and we ask town meeting if they would like to add the wash bay for environmental reasons. Let town meeting discuss that. I'm happy with any scenario there. There are pros and cons to any of them. There are a number of other ad alternates. In my view, none of them are as important as the shell around the wash bay. Outfitting the wash bay would cost another $750,000 or so. And that we can cover in a capital item in a future year, right? So if the building shell exists, we can have a capital item in next year, the year after that, to outfit the wash bay. It's not part of the debt exclusion or anything. I agree about the sidewalks too. We got a grant to do them in the case of the fire station. We don't have such a grant here. I was going to suggest that, or I suggested actually a little bit ago, that we do a road safety audit of Forest Road. I'd still think that might be a good idea. I too have found some from that street to be very difficult to deal with. It's either my way or the highway, and so it's just not. There's no way to deal with that. And I believe actually they're buying ads in Facebook to buy votes. So you can find the ads that they bought. So that to me is almost beyond on the pale here. I do want to say that one more thing is there's some talk about uncertainty with regard to the tariffs at the federal level as to whether we should go forward in that project. I think that's a red herring. There's no reason not to do that. It's not a risk to town meeting or taxpayers or voters, right? They appropriate an amount of money. If we can't build the building for that because it costs more, then we can't build the building, and we have to figure out something else and maybe come back to town meeting or what, I don't know. But it's not a risk that, in other words, the taxpayers are not going to have to pay more because of that. And in fact, it could be a balancing act there. Yes, the steel is not everything either, right? So the steel is one element of the materials of the building, right? It's not all the materials, it's not all the labor to build the building, it's one element. So the cost of the building doesn't go up by 15 or 25%. But it's also possible that, some are predicting now that we're going to go into a recession. And so the bids may come in low for that, right? It's possible that it'd be the same price or about the same price, either way, right? So they make it, steel may be more, some construction companies may be willing to go for it anyway because it keeps them employed during a recession. So we don't know. And no one can predict the future, right? We wouldn't do anything because there's uncertainty all the time on something. And so I think that the steel tariffs are just a red herring myself.
Alyssa.
So I absolutely agree on the issue around the steel tariffs. I did a little bit of reading. I am not an economist and I don't play one on television, but I did read that steel production in the US has been suppressed over the last year or so, maybe more, because costs were declining. So, the companies want to control the supply, so the costs go back up. Also, we heard on Wednesday night from the engineer, it wasn't the engineer, it was the project manager, that even though the tariffs have been in place for almost a month now, they haven't seen an impact on steel prices. The competition is high. Maybe there's enough, in stock right now that we don't need to import it. And then, of course, to David's point, that the entire building is not made of steel. And if the bids come in too high, that's a natural pause rather than imposing a pause and maybe bringing it to a different town meeting. I mean, I'm proud of this project. Even without the wash bay, it's the right thing to do. My conscience wouldn't let me not vote for this, because I think it should have been done years ago. And obviously, we recognized that there was a need to replace the building. There were higher priorities, a fire station in North Acton because our response times were unacceptable, a replacement of schools where there were literal, holes in the floor, obviously. But now we've done those projects, and this is the most critical municipal project right now. And if we wait, then we know there is certainty that the cost would go up if we wait until a year out or 2 years out. I will say that since you brought up the Facebook ads that have been paid for, and it's basically duplicated in the letter to the newspaper, there's not only have the neighbors not been completely ignored, but the suggestion that it's not good for the environment because the wash bay isn't included. It's absolutely good for the environment because it's a geothermal heated and cooled building. And we're going to be compliant now with the updated, more strict stormwater regulations. So it's going to be energy efficient. There was some mention of blue collar workers in a reference to a gym, which is something that I brought up because I was trying to correct some misinformation. There were rumors going around about the extravagances of this building. There's a gym in there. However, if we are really concerned, truly concerned about our blue-collar workers, then we need to make sure that we provide a working environment that is not detrimental to their health. And I won't accept that, oh, these folks work with diesel-fueled equipment, and that just, goes with the job. We're not going to continue putting our firefighters in PFAS-lined turnout gear, because now we know that it causes cancer. So we're going to replace it, even though there's a cost to that. I've been in many garages where the air quality is just fine because it's a modern building with a functioning mechanical system. Take your car to a modern garage now, and there's no difference between the air quality in the garage versus like the dealership sales floor where all of the customers and sales employees are working. I did want to bring, the wash bay up because Dean mentioned on Wednesday night the salt cloud that's created when you're washing the vehicles. So even if we're washing them inside the garage whenever possible and catching the wash water in the tight tank, that salt cloud can deteriorate not only that vehicle, but other vehicle, the building itself, right? The inside had to be epoxied because the salt was starting to deteriorate the building, the walls. So I think then we need to consider, I'd be in support of bringing an amendment to build at least the shell and then building into the capital or grant or some other revenue source to get the equipment in a later phase. But the washing inside the garage and the tight tank is really not sufficient for not only protecting the environment, but also protecting the building and the fleet.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there's one comment online.
Call-in user.
Hello, this is
Hi there.
Richard Keller. I'm just have one comment to support the building, at least the shell of the wash bay. I've served on the building committee in Concord before I moved to Acton. And the one thing I felt so very strongly about was to not build something that didn't meet the need, you spend a little increment more and you get something that people are proud of, that does the job, doesn't leave a gap. And so that's all I wanted to say, was to encourage that. I'm an architect, and so I've been through these projects, and it's sad to see ones that are not complete in some respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Alyssa.
This is going to be really quick. I'm sorry, I forgot one more thing. For folks who are looking for information about this project, there is a cost comparison with other projects. And now this project is, I think I heard Wednesday night, $700 a square foot. Is that correct? I heard it on Wednesday, I wrote it down, and I went back to look at that comparison chart that was done some months ago.
I think Tom is looking.
At the request of the Finance Committee, and we are now, even though the buildings were built, last year, we are now in that range at $700 a square foot. So if anybody hears or reads that this is more expensive than comparable projects, that is absolutely false because of the value engineering that was done to bring the cost down.
David.
Can I suggest one other thing, Madam Chair? It's up to you as to whether you want to do this or not. That we schedule a presentation of the building at our next meeting.
That sounds wonderful, yeah.
Because I think that's at least one way that we can, give the public
Some
correct information.
Yeah.
And we can ask Dean or Tom or combination of or whoever is appropriate to give a presentation to the board, which then
That's
people
wonderful.
watch.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good.
Dean, would you want to make a motion for that amount on that for Article 7? Is that right?
Yeah, I move that we include the sum of $35,200,690 for Article 7 for the borrowing costs for the DPW building.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Abstentions? Unanimous. Are we moving on to review annual town meeting warrant and consider voting recommendations?
Yes, Madam Chair, council's on, and is council on for the
Probably the citizens
petitions, so maybe we should
Do those-
count down.
Yes, that sounds great.
Start with the highest number
Yep.
article.
Let me find my articles. So is it 41 or 41?
Okay, now that I start with the highest number articles, I should know what the numbers are, right?
41, yep. I don't even think I have it here in front of me. So, yes, please.
I will preface this motion by saying I feel strongly that we're hearing from town meeting, so I would move that we make no recommendation.
For 41?
Yes, for 41.
Okay. Is
And
there
there
any
might
other
not be a
discussion?
second.
I'm trying to find my other list.
Maybe somebody with a longer history on the board than I can
Bless you.
remind me, is it typical that the select board recommends on non-binding resolutions? Or do we just sit back and hear from the public?
David?
I think we do what we do at any other article. So sometimes we don't make a recommendation, sometimes we do. But I understand your motion. Was that seconded? Oh. I'll second that.
So I guess one point that I wanted to make was that we have already seen this same language on a non-binding resolution, and we already got a town meeting vote of 67%, so 2/3 voted no. So I would just recommend that we not, I already moved that.
And you seconded.
I'm not moving that we not recommend, that we take no position, sorry. No recommendation.
On Article 41. Seconded, all in favor? Do you want to discuss? Jim?
If we make no recommendation, my memory is that the moderator will still ask us if we, have a position and why. So that would still give us a chance to explain, this came up before, it's voted down before, but, here we are, it's town meeting, you get to decide. So I'm okay with taking no position.
Well, I seconded this, but I'm of two minds here. It is very difficult to do what is recommended by this. If this were to pass, right, somebody's got to make a set of assumptions as to what the impact is. who makes those assumptions, right? And so I don't know how we would do this, right? So we can take this as a non-binding resolution and ignore it. Or we can say what we think now, right? I don't know who makes the decision as to what the impact is. So, people were predicting dire consequences from the MBTA zoning law. I don't think there's been any projects for that yet, right? We could have made dire predictions as to what would happen. Those wouldn't have been correct, at least so far, right? So I don't know how we would do that. Even though I seconded this, I'm going to probably vote no on that. Sorry.
Any other discussion? Dean?
So I'm a trifle insulted by this, that this comes forward. I think that as part of our duty as select board and certainly the planning board and other boards and committees do detailed studies. The question, of course, is, what constitutes an impact study, how extensive that investigation should be. But I think that the taxpayers, the voters of town should have some confidence in the select board and certainly the appointed boards and committees who do this stuff all the time. So I'm inclined to vote that we do not recommend this, because I think it duplicates the effort that is already ongoing as part of our governmental operations. And frankly, I think it's a slap in the face, and it is intended as a slap in the face to the town leaders who put in huge amounts of time pursuing these things.
Should we vote, and if it fails, somebody else can make a motion?
Yes.
So voting on my take no position motion.
You have to call for the vote.
Oh. All in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
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 I move that we do not recommend Article 41.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Nays? Abstentions?
I abstain.
I abstain too.
3 ayes and 2.
302.
Yeah.
Is town council here in case we have questions, or does she have something to say in?
She's here in case there are questions.
Okay, thank you.
So Article 40.
She has raised
yeah.
her hand.
Yes. Nina? Good evening.
Hi, all. I was just raising my hand to say that I was here.
Oh.
Can we just leave her online for this discussion?
Jim?
Just on Article 41 for a second. We could assign a select board member. It's not too late. It's probably one of you that was in the three should probably speak to the majority sense of things.
I feel Dean was the most eloquent.
I will take that assignment.
On to Article 40.
I move that we don't recommend Article 40.
I'll second that.
David?
So these projects take a long time, right? And we invest money in them, right? We had extensive hearings now years ago, 4 years ago, maybe? Some members of the board may remember. We had extensive, and we decided at the time to move forward with a design that included a traffic light at this intersection for a number of reasons. We specifically tried to avoid traffic lights at Acton Center and Main and Prospect, and we succeeded in doing that, right? But at this intersection, there was a child hit on a bicycle. Buses have a hard time leaving Hayward Road. There were all sorts of things. Parents said that their 16-year-olds couldn't exit the street. You know, they're coming from the high school. And we had extensive hearings at the time. I understand that two members, especially of the neighborhood, really don't want this, but some of the arguments that they made were not correct from the testimony that we heard. So, for example, they said that people would go through Jefferson to Musket to avoid the traffic light. But in fact, we heard from people who live in the area that just the opposite happens. People go from Hayward through Jefferson to Musket to avoid the backup where there is no traffic light. So the fact is that a traffic light would favor people exiting. We also heard that the traffic would back up to Route 2. The traffic volume numbers don't reflect that at all. And so we've now invested a lot of money and time in getting to a design. I don't think we should undo that design and throw out the money and start again. I mean, we've done this, and people can get to the end of any project and say, I object again and start again, and we can do that forever, but it's just a waste of the taxpayers' money to do it again and again. And I haven't heard any new information.
I haven't heard any new information either, but this has been deferred, so I don't know what bringing this on in an article would do, frankly, to an additional study. Yeah.
I think it would do what it said. It would, recommend to us that we hold a workshop.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we did that 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Jim? Sorry, and then Alyssa.
A couple thoughts. Traffic lights themselves are very expensive too. So if we do find that we don't need one, it would certainly save money. The safety concerns, one thing I've asked and I haven't heard back yet about is, since the realignment of Hayward that happened a number of years ago, be good to know what accident rate has happened since that change, because I think it was a good change. It created a lot of visual openings. It allowed people to see things better. And it could be that we're now at the point where, some additional changes, but not a traffic light would make the difference, would create a, good, safe situation there. I would be happy to have such an event happen. But I understand that some of my fellow board members would like it not to happen or don't think we need it. Let's see how the vote goes, but I would rather be in favor of not making a recommendation on this one either way, and letting town meeting decide.
I just want to add a couple of other little side notes in that, Mass DOT has a Rotary project that potentially will come. McManus Manor is being built, so there's a lot of Project Kelly's Corner. We have to figure out the flow, so it's not necessarily that a light might happen there, so. Alyssa.
So again, this is a non-binding resolution. I'd like town meeting to weigh in. I am absolutely never opposed to an opportunity to educate and get feedback from the public. I would prefer the word forum or open house to workshop, because workshop to me means like you're working together to make a decision. And I feel that residents and even select board members, maybe with the exception of the engineer on the board, aren't equipped to make that decision without the help of traffic engineers. And Fran, as you pointed out, there are a lot of changes coming. And I think it would be irresponsible for us to not defer this traffic light, because we don't know how traffic is gonna, we hope it's gonna be better. And I know we had projections for Kelly's Corner infrastructure project, the roundabout at the ramp, the two new projects, I'm just gonna say projects, the housing project and the dog park. And so it could be, and also maybe even the center infrastructure project could have impacted a change and the realignment of that intersection. So I think that we're so far beyond the analysis and the design that happened years ago, and with all of these changes coming, I think it would be wise to invest in another investigation rather than just stick with the design that was made based on traffic data and analysis that was done before all of these projects. And maybe there was an anticipation of those. I wasn't on the board then, didn't really look or even attend those workshops. But I don't have any problem getting onto Main Street from Hayward, going either way. It takes a little longer, but I'm happy to wait a minute and a half or 2.5 minutes at an intersection. It beats, the 15 minutes I used to wait at the light when I was crossing from Piper Road to go across to Taylor. I think that something that would help would be where it's, where the painted lines are, it'd be nice to bump that out. So when you're turning right, you could actually not, cut that off. I think that would be safer for pedestrians because it would shorten the distance that they have to travel. And it would allow cars to not turn. Anyway, we don't need to relitigate this. I would be in favor of either no position or recommending it rather than being opposed to it.
David?
So the last time this design was updated was just last year. What we did 4 years ago, based on a hearing at the time, was set a direction, right? The design has been done since, it was just changed last year. There are so many entanglements here that you guys are pointing out. This design and the design for possibly fixing the sidewalks on Main Street, possibly adding a side path on Main Street, tie into the current design here.
Pardon me.
This design is taken into account when they're designing the Route 2 thing. Where we set this direction, and then how can we have any credibility if we get to almost the end and pull the rug out of all the work that town staff has done here and our consultants? And then we've wasted all that money, right? I don't know what to say here. A workshop implies that we're starting again, and I think that that's wrong. I mean, if someone had some basic data as to why a traffic light is bad there, sure, but no one has had a reason that I've heard. So anyway, I think we shouldn't support this, and we can't say those things as a board unless we don't support it, right? If we're just there to listen, we're saying we don't care, right? You tell us what you think, but I do care, right? Because I don't want to pull the rug out from all the work that's been done. The design is essentially complete now, and so what would we do? Start again? Yeah, I don't know, so. And I want to emphasize here that we as a board have made an attempt not to put in excess traffic lights. The first suggestion for Acton Center was a traffic light. We objected to that. It was a traffic light was a possibility for Main and Prospect. We objected to that. But this one, we thought was different. I don't know how many people have been, gone in the end there when the buses leave after dropping off kids, or on their way to go get kids, or when, the only way the buses get out of there is by this funny dance that happens where people stop on Main Street for them, right? And they have to stop both ways. And people are usually pretty polite and do, but it takes a minute for them to, everybody to realize that the buses can't get out, and they have to stop, and then they stop, and 4 buses pull out, right? That's not a safe way to get kids out of the high school campus, the school campus. So I don't know. I can't see relitigating this.
Dean.
Yeah, I think we've all got enough time so that we can, if you waste a minute waiting at an intersection, that's not the end of the world. What I'm concerned about, and I see all the time because I drive through that intersection very frequently, is people get a level of frustration and then they do something stupid, like pull out precipitously and cut somebody off constantly. Not uncommon for me to see a situation where the school buses, and not just the school buses, but all of the parents coming in to pick up their kids so the kids don't have to ride the school bus. You'll have traffic stacked up as far down the hill as the Davis homestead, sometimes as far down as Jefferson, because of not being able to get through that intersection. One of the advocates against the traffic light keeps saying, well, just send a police officer out there to direct traffic. Well, that's probably not the best use of our police officers to stand out there. You don't find traffic officers at intersections very often any place. And in point of fact, what time frame are you going to put them in there? It's one thing if you have an officer out there, which they do show up occasionally and facilitate the bus traffic. But it can be a nightmare at 5 o'clock at night, at 6 o'clock at night. To say nothing of the truck traffic that can't maneuver properly going into and out of Hartz Corporation, which, other than Insulet, is the largest single employer in the town, non-governmental employer of the town, and I think probably the second largest taxpayer in town. They can't get their vehicles in and out of there properly. That impacts their operations. So I think, we've talked about this forever. We've got a design. I don't see the particular point in holding another workshop. People have said, well, why don't you put in a roundabout? Well, the simple fact is the world's not made out of rubber. If you want to put a roundabout there, somebody's house has to go. So you figure out which house has to go. These are not, it's a problem that people have recognized there. I've seen at least 3 redesigns of that intersection in my life. And, the last time that was rebuilt was, 10, 15 years ago, something like that. And it was a mistake not to put a traffic signal in there then. And even the town engineer at that time acknowledged that it was a mistake not to, but that was the instructions that they went by. So I will agree with David that we should recommend against this.
Let's vote.
We've already.
Oh, sorry. I'm like, okay.
I
Yeah.
did not recommend. Dean seconded. So you can just call for a vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nays? Abstentions?
Nay.
Nay?
I
Abstentions?
abstain.
I abstain as well.
That passes then.
Yep.
I did not vote aye, and originally I voted nay when we were proposing this back, I don't even know, remember when, so. Okay, so moving on.
Can we assign someone?
So our citizens, 38, are we 39? All three together. I know, I'm having technical difficulties.
So 37 through 39 are
Yeah.
essentially the same article, just with some slight
So
incremental changes.
my question, and it's really preemptive, can these all be condensed into one?
No, the warrant, I mean, an article can be dismissed, and,
Okay.
but you can't, once it's on here, it can't be taken off.
Yeah.
Is Nina's memo in the packet, or is that,
Yes.
okay. So do you want a copy since you're having technical difficulties?
I have a packet, I have a copy of that.
Oh, okay.
I just don't have the warrant.
So on these, oh, sorry, can I talk?
Yes, you can.
So on these three, there is a little bit more, there's a little bit more problematic issues to them that town council has pointed out. I think that, to me, the most important one is that it's not true that any legal fees have been expended to attempt to limit the authority of the Citizens Library trustees, and also that the statement about the no vote is an incorrect statement of law. The no vote would not authorize spending of funds on attempting to clarify or limit the authority of the Citizens Library trustees without further town meeting approval, because it's the town manager who controls the legal budget and directs legal services. So the town meeting cannot obligate any particular action there. So I guess my inclination would be to not recommend these three.
Can I ask a quick question? Can we correct the summary to what council says is accurate?
It is your warrant, but I think that's a good question for town
For council.
council.
Evening.
Hello.
Typically, no, if the summary is provided by the citizens petitioners, typically the board has not changed the summary, even if the summary included inaccurate facts. The main concern with citizens petition is legally speaking, is not changing the article language from what was in the petition. That's of primary importance, but I have no idea whether the summary as printed in 39 was part of the petition or not, so I would hesitate to change it.
Oh, Alyssa?
I think we could make a statement when the moderator requests the recommendation of the select board. And if it needs to be a little lengthier than normal, because we need to distill the essence of this recommendation from town council, then we can just alert the town moderator ahead of time. Because we're not making a presentation.
I mean, you can, certainly, I believe boards in the past have made presentations about citizens petitions. I'm not suggesting you do so, but there's nothing to prevent you from doing so.
In our town meetings, it's just a request to the moderator. If you want to make an opposition presentation, you just have to ask the moderator. And she says yes or no, or says you have 1 minute, or whatever she says. But you can also just, like you say, make it just a statement.
Jim?
I was just going to clarify that indeed the summary did come from the petitioner. It's one of the reasons why there are multiple petitions, because, you know, the first one wasn't accepted with, I don't remember the exact sequence, but it's basically, it was an attempt to get the summary written and presented in a petition. And there may have been, you know, different advice from the town clerk about what to do in different situations, but it all got out there.
In 3 different articles. Okay, so, what are we doing?
Alyssa started to make a motion.
I said what I would support, but I will move that the select board not recommend Articles 37, 38, and 39.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous, no nays.
What is the first article
That we
have
need
not
to
yet
vote?
voted
Yeah.
on?
I think it would be this community preservation.
And, or counting down, it's the.
Oh, we're going back. Oh, sorry.
The 2 zoning articles we haven't done.
Right.
Is that right?
And Article 11.
So 31, 30, and 11.
Madam Chair?
Jim?
As long as we're listing articles to be discussed, I wanted to go over some of the changes in the tree protection bylaw, because there's actually a version that's in our packet that's more up to date than the one that's in the draft warrant here. So I wanted to explain what some of those differences were, and talk about some possible additional changes. So that would be another one to look at.
And Madam Chair, I provided a slightly updated text of the leaf blower bylaw, which is 32, and I'd like the board to consider putting that updated text in the warrant. I can explain that. So if we're going down, I guess 32 would be next. Do you want me to?
Sure.
So in the case of Article 32.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, thanks.
In the case of Article 32, we got some feedback from the DPW director in 2 things. One is that the walk-behind leaf blowers that were exempted from the law, he said that sometimes they're ride-on leaf blowers. So he suggested for clarity, or he pointed out the problem. And then for clarity, I just added where in all appropriate places in the text of the bylaw, that it would be either walk behind or ride on. So that turned out to be a number of, and actually in 2C here, I removed the word walk behind from the definition. And then in the appropriate places, I said walk behind or ride on.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then the second thing was to be consistent with the enforcement section where we say the town manager or their designee, the waiving of the law during a storm, instead of the DPW director, that was also changed to the town manager or their designee. So those were the only 2 changes, and I think that we would need to vote to put the updated text in the packet into the warrant.
Thank you.
And if there are no questions or comments, I'll make that motion. I move to put the updated leaf blower text from the packet into the warrant.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
I forgot
One
to say
nay.
aye, but 4 ayes and 1 nay.
We could go to 33 now?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
It's
That's okay, that's okay.
I knew I would have my chance. So in your packet, there's an item called, 12 point something, 12.3.
Tom, thank you.
And Tom's about to bring it up and make it big and all that. And this is an updated bylaw, and I wanted to briefly review what's changed about it. And then talk about some possible additional changes. So the first thing is way up at the top, the legalese has changed. You'll notice there's this big capital letter A there, which wasn't there before. That's because there's now a B and C at the end, which are about the technicalities of getting this all done. One is to change the the revolving fund bylaw that talks about the public shade trees, now just wants to call it just tree fund. And then there's a C that's just the standard language we have in a lot of other places about adding fines pursuant to non-criminal disposition. What's next? Under AF2, staff identified some other permits that might have to be watched out for. One is a senior residence development, and the other is good old Chapter 40B. So both of those kinds of permits, people would be required to not remove trees, or a forest anyway, before permits were granted. The next little change is in AF7, enforcement. And the key thing here is that is the little word "or" added to the end of 1 or 2. It's because it made it more clear that, this makes it more clear that if you are required to provide mitigation, this might be done by replacing the trees, or making a contribution, or some combination of both. Let's see, the other changes are let's see, relatively minor. There's just a more consistent use of the word tree fund. And since that's a fund that already exists, we don't have to talk about creating it. And there's a new summary at the end. So if you go to the end, there's a summary which you might want to look at. Just basically describes the purpose of it. So are there any questions on that before I talk about potential changes?
Changes to this?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So we voted to give guidance about the method of the calculating the amount. We were given the choice between the cross-sectional method and the diameter method. I asked Richard Kelleher of the DRB to write up some notes. He sent a note to the whole board. He also sent me some additional details. I found them compelling. So if we were to do that, there's two parts to this. One is that there is regulations that'll be promulgated after this. So there's a chance to have those regulations address the method of calculating the value. But if we also wanted to update the calculation of how many trees would go in on the replacement of trees, that would require First, a new definition, which oh, yeah. A new definition, 3.9, cross-sectional estimate. A measure, and I can read this slowly. A measurement in square inches created by squaring the diameter of a tree, whether caliper or DBH, and multiplying by 3/4, used as a rough estimate of the cross-section of a tree. And then there would be a change to AF7, where it was talking about ½ inch to 1 inch of the diameters. And it would simply say, at a scale of 1/2 of the total of the cross-sectional estimates of the trees removed. The reason to make this change would be that if we're trying to understand, some of the positive impacts of a tree relate to its mass, how much it's able to hold in carbon and how much effort it takes to grow it. And so, for example, a tree that's, has gotten up to 6 inches diameter is way more than twice the mass of a tree that's a 3-inch diameter. So a cross-section, the cross-sectional method gets you a little bit closer. I mean, some might argue it should maybe be a cube rather than a square because it's, it's taller and bigger and has more leaves, but no one's attempting to do that. We do have standard ways of calculating values of trees that do use a cross-sectional method, and this is just a simplified way of doing it by basically saying, take the diameter, square it, you do the math, and you got to multiply about 3/4 to get to the area of a circle. I present that to the board as an option if we want to make that change.
I'm deferring to the tree person. Sorry.
Well, I just think that it almost gets to, and I've had this discussion with Richard in the past, it's getting to the point of just being punitive. These are privately owned trees that somebody wants to take down as part of presumably a development project. Every time you add something like this on there, there's a huge cost increase to replace all of those trees, to do it that way. As we've already voted, I'm not in favor of this bylaw anyway, and I'm really not in favor of it by, upping the ante in this way. I just don't think it's a reasonable, it would be such an overwhelming cost. I just don't think that it's reasonable.
David?
So if I understand this correctly, we're only using your method here if it's determined that someone cleared too much land and how much they owe to the town. So if it's not determined that, we don't even use this. I don't know why we're not using pi r squared, but it really,
It's really close to pi.
no, it's diameter squared, which is very different than, anyway, we could put that, it's only determined if they violated, and there is no additional staff time required to track anything, right? Am I understanding? There's nothing extra to measure or estimate up front? Is that right?
Yeah, yes, exactly right. So in the normal course of events, a developer would get a permit, and the permit would describe which trees were being removed, and the trees would be removed. No fines, no calculations. This whole thing only takes place if they clear the forest, basically an acre of trees, before they've completed their permit. So the fact that it's perceived as punitive, I think, is accurate. It's intended to be a punitive response to inappropriate early removal of trees. Another piece that I missed describing to you that was added was the part that said, if the trees have been removed and we have a hard time estimating, what all the diameters of the trees are, we can use the standard state numbers for, how many trees would typically be in a forest of that size, and then do the calc from there. Because there is a whole chicken and egg thing here. We don't want to be counting and measuring every single tree over 3-inch diameter, just in case they tear them down. So the bylaw provides for a way to estimate that.
And I'm sorry, can I ask a follow-up? I just want to be really clear, since it's not written down in a way in the packet. You are proposing 2 changes beyond what's in the packet. One is adding a definition for cross-section, is that right?
Yeah. And
what paragraph are you modifying, the enforcement paragraph?
Yeah, AF7 2 currently reads, I'm sorry, 1, yeah, replacement of trees on the same lot at a scale of 1/2 inch trunk caliper per 1 inch of trunk size. And what I've proposed to replace that with is at a scale of 1/2 of the total of the cross-sectional estimates of the trees removed.
Okay, thank you.
And just because we both love math. So diameter, twice the radius. So squaring the diameter gives us 4r squared. But we want to, we need to get the pi in there. So we're multiplying by pi and dividing by 4. That's about 3/4. So that's why the 3/4 is in there.
Thank you.
There's a question over there.
Discussion.
So for those of us who don't love math, and certainly not after 11 p.m., the diagram that was included in Mr. Kelleher's email, when I heard the proposal to do a cross-section, I was imagining little tree trunks over the entire circle of a tree. So if I take out let's say a 40-inch oak tree, then however many trees it takes to fill up that entire 40-inch diameter, but all of the tree. But he's just got a line, a row of trees. That's what you're talking about? So if I take out a 20-inch tree, I might replace it with 5 4-inch trees?
That's an illustration of the
Diameter
method.
method?
Right.
Okay.
So that's just like, 20 inches and just add up the, 5 times 4.
Okay, so
But
that's
you're
an
right, that
illustration of what we're changing.
The cross-sectional method would imply that we're going to fill up
okay.
area with trees. And I think what's typically going to happen is there's typically not going to be an appropriate room on site for that many trees. So most of this would spill over to the part that's determined by regulations that we haven't set yet. And at that point, we could have another conversation about whether the cross-sectional method is appropriate for that part.
Okay, well, here, I'm stuck here, hearing from Dean that it adds a cost to a project in his experience as a consultant, and then from Mr. Kelleher that this is used around the nation and recommended by forestry managers. So it's a he said, I don't have, data in front of me to actually analyze it. However, given that this hopefully is not punitive, but a deterrent from people clear-cutting a lot before they have permission to build whatever project they're proposing, I'm okay with it being a deterrent that's actually a deterrent. And yes, these trees are private property, but one must come before the town to get permission and have the town say, yes, you can do that project, or no, you can't, or yes, you can do it as long as these things change, because there might be some zoning bylaw or other regulation that's not actually met. So the applicant needs to come back maybe with some changes to comply with the town zoning bylaws. So, yeah, I can't do, even though it's my property, I can't do whatever I want with it. I have to comply with the bylaws of the town or the city that I'm living in. So I'm okay with the changes that you've proposed.
David?
Yeah, and I'm okay with them too. I asked this question originally, I think it's still a yes, and I just want to make sure. There's nothing in this because they're not going to be permitted for someone doing forestry on their land.
Correct, forestry is a specific
Right, so
exception.
they can go through and harvest all the trees that they want and let them grow back.
Yeah, no fines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think someone should make a motion to include Jim's text in the warrant.
Dean?
Yeah, I'd just like to explore that point about forestry situations, or what happens if somebody has a 2-acre yard and decides that I'd rather have a field here than a forest, and they cut the trees down. They have no intention whatsoever of developing the property. They're just using it maybe for agricultural purposes or for aesthetics, or, Jim, you mentioned yourself the value of meadows. So would this bylaw be applied against them?
No, not unless there was not unless they applied for one of the permits that's listed under section AF2. So if they're just doing management on their lot without any desire to do a site plan special permit or a subdivision approval, the only exception would be if a land disturbance permit is required, then that would trigger a look back on whether they had cleared the land illegally.
And remind me about the look-back period for, I clear my backyard, and several years later, I sell the property.
Yeah, it's 24 months.
24 months.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I hope that understanding is very clear in the bylaw, that people can continue to use their property, whether you want to grow grass on it or grow trees on it. It just becomes a problem if you later develop it within that 24-month period. I hope that's very explicit in the bylaw.
Yeah, I'd say between the two sections, the AF6 and AF2, it's very clear that it has to be one of a very specific set of permits that would trigger the bylaw.
I move to make the changes that Jim has brought to the board in the language of article number 33. Is that right? Yes.
May I offer just a friendly amendment? It's the changes in the packet plus his additional changes to the definition section and section 7 and AF7.
I accept that amendment.
I second your motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Nays?
Okay.
For ayes, 1 nay.
And thank you so much. I know it's a late change. I appreciate people's flexibility in thinking it through.
So are we,
Madam Chair, are you still comfortable being the presenter of this article?
oh no, it's,
That's a typo.
yeah, that is a typo.
So quick extra amendment. Let's change that back to me. Okay.
Yes, we'll just change the name.
Yeah.
We don't even vote on this.
No.
We're
Okay.
assigning Jim to this article.
Yes, okay. Jim, I'm still assigned.
That is Article 33 you are saying.
Yeah, there it is. Jim Snyder Grant, right there. Thank you.
Yeah, I was, in his packet changes, it says Fran.
Right. Yeah. Just a typo on the part of town council probably and just making changes, but we'll just change it back.
I am so sorry. It's like 11:20. This is not good. So are we now on to Article 31? Amend zoning bylaw, open space residential development. Whether we want to recommend. Or, Alyssa.
So I just want to remind the board and the public that the planning board voted at the close of the public hearing 4-1 to bring the open space residential development zoning bylaw amendment to town meeting. And I move that the board recommend this article. And I'd love to hear some discussion so that I can incorporate that into the presentation.
I'll second the motion.
Are we wanting to discuss it, or David?
So I think this is a win-win article, right? On its surface, it just trades PCRC for the standard subdivision for what's by right, really no change in density. But if a developer wants to add inclusionary zoning or affordable units, then they get increased density. And so I think that's an excellent trade. I mean, most people in town are in favor of inclusionary zoning and have voted so many times.
Dean?
Yeah, I made the comment at a forum last night that I'm also in favor of this, in large part because of the possibility that we might be able to, develop some more affordable housing for completely selfish reasons. Because we talk constantly about the problem of being able to attract and retain a good workforce for the town of Acton. Public works, police, fire, people that there's no possibility of them ever to be able to afford a 4,000 square foot house in a subdivision in Acton. So this gives a possibility that there will be some smaller houses being built that might be affordable for our own employees. So I think that's really motivates me to be in favor of this. It's a tool in the toolbox. It's not going to be a panacea, but it might help.
I just wanted to add, since Dean mentioned the square footage, that the planning board did make a change to the proposal. So originally, with inclusionary zoning, the density bonus had two separate options. One option for homes that were 1,500 square feet or less, and the other option was 3,000 square feet or less. And, the consultants have analyzed the feasibility of that, and it sort of shifts back and forth between being feasible and not being feasible, depending on the size of the lot and other things. So the planning board eliminated that 3,000 square foot home and just focused on the single 1,500. And I do want to mention that this is in alignment with one of the select board goals to find ways to prevent the construction of super large homes. I don't remember the wording, I don't think it has super in it. Large homes on large lots in town. And I've heard from some folks who are concerned about, well, what's the worst case scenario? I think the worst case scenario from my perspective is to leave things the way they are, with standard subdivision being the by right method, because then we will continue to see subdivisions with 4,000, 5,000, 8,000, 10,000 square foot homes on large lots, spread out into the lot after it's been clear cut. So this, clusters the homes, it incentivizes smaller homes. They are closer to the street. There was also some concern about this impacting the value of land, but in some conversations with appraisers, the planning director, and also this was confirmed by the Water District, who just purchased 549 Main Street, that the cluster development actually lowers the value of the property. It's impacted by a lot of things. It's impacted by our stretch code zoning. It's impacted by cost of materials. But that lowered value for a cluster development is offset by the lower amount of infrastructure that needs to be constructed. You don't have to build roadways all the way into the parcel. You don't have to dig utility trenches all the way into the parcel. So less infrastructure means lower cost. So it's, roughly a wash. So it's definitely not going to have a huge impact on land values. And of course, there's the point that, yes, the town does have interest in, we have a priority parcel list, but this is a way to protect open space at no cost to the town.
David?
It has protected more than our land purchases. I ran into somebody over the weekend who said, that dropping the 3,000 square foot option and just leaving the 1,500 made them want to support the article, and they hadn't supported this kind of zoning article in the past, which is, I thought was interesting. And in addition to Dean's comment for about town employees, it also applies to school district employees, teachers, aides, whatever.
Any other comments?
Call for a vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
So moving on to 30. Amend zoning bylaw accessory dwelling units. And this does have my name on it. I think this is a great thing to support. I would love feedback, and I know planning did vote unanimously to support this. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Jim?
One way I describe this one to people is that, we have a pretty good accessory dwelling unit bylaw, but the state passed legislation that required changes to our ADU bylaws, and so here they are.
Yeah.
And they're not awful. They're, most are improvements. We did, as a town, really think it was important when we did our ADU bylaw to require that either the small unit or the larger unit be owner occupied, and that's now illegal. So that's a change, but, and town meeting might have concerns about that, but I think it's still just a straightforward adherence with, state law.
Yeah, thank you. David?
And there's one small area that we're better than state law. I think I know where it is, but I would ask Kristen. Or Kayla.
Yeah.
I move that we recommend Article 30.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Is the,
Are we jumping to, sorry, John, jumping to 11? Yes.
Unless there's any of the collective bargaining agreements that have changed, we didn't make any recommendations because we didn't know what the state of them was.
We made substantial progress this afternoon, so it's something that we still aren't ready to discuss yet, though.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
do you want me to speak to Article 11? Or, sure?
I have someone at the microphone. Are you, Tara, are you speaking to Article 11?
Yeah, I just want to object to the summary formally, so.
Okay. Alyssa, yeah.
So I would move to recommend Article 11. The change that we are proposing to bring to the legislature is to increase the number of trustees on the Memorial Library Board from 9 to 12, and continue to elect the Citizens Library trustees at town meeting, as they are currently. This will not happen until the legislature is able to act at the end of the legislative session, which is the end of next year. So in the meantime, the two boards are committed to continuing to meet jointly. That has been tremendously successful. And they are also continuing to function as separate boards, even though they're meeting jointly. So they will continue to have the Citizens Library trustees, the three, vote on any gift fund expenditures for the Citizens Library. The Memorial trustees will continue to vote, just those 9, on all trust funds, foundation funds that are related to the Memorial Library. And they have been voting, all 12 of them, on policies that impact both libraries, on strategic planning, and anything else that's related to both libraries. There's a discussion, and different voices are expressing differing opinions about, one trustee says, why don't we all 12 vote on everything? And others want to maintain that distinction. So I think that there's definitely more work to be done on that before we get to the point where we are amending the bylaws of the Memorial Library trustees to reflect, the incorporation of 3 citizens trustees.
Thank you. Okay, Jim.
I wonder if we want to be clear here, and excuse me if you've already made this clear in the summary, but that the changes to the bylaws that would happen after this, that there would be this other step or steps. So, if we talk about things like, the gift fund and so on, that's all going to have to be in bylaws, right? That's not part of this particular thing. So I'm thinking it might be useful to be clear about, this particular article is really just about changing the number and calling 3 of them Citizens Library trustees. And then there'll have to be this whole other process that I think we need to be clear that it's coming up. I think people need to know something about it in order to feel okay about this change.
So are you suggesting that be in the summary, in addition to being in the presentation of the article?
I'm thinking, I'm suggesting that the summary be rewritten a little bit to clarify which stuff is related to the article and which stuff is a preview of what's going to come up next. Because people might think that by approving this, they're approving everything in the summary, which we're not, because we can't do that yet.
Right.
Yeah.
When does it go to print? Okay.
Town council is available to address that question. And the printer is the 15th.
Thanks.
Do you want to? Yeah, town council and then, yeah, just. Hi, Nina.
Oh, hi, sorry, the
No worries.
audio goes out every once in a while, so I wasn't sure whether you were calling on me. I just wanted to make a quick point about the reference to bylaw changes. To be clear, those bylaw changes that Alyssa is referring to, I believe, are talking about the Acton Memorial Library's individual governing bylaws. These are not town general bylaws that would be voted on at town meeting. These are AML's governance bylaws that would be voted on by the AML trustees. I just wanted to make that clear.
And Nina, that would include the 3 Citizens Library trustees, yes?
After the petition is passed, yes.
So we're really expanding the authority of the Citizens Library trustees. So they will be Memorial Library trustees because we're creating a 12-member board under this special act with this amendment. And yes, I was referring to the AML bylaws rather than Big B bylaw, town bylaw. There isn't a requirement to change those bylaws. We could visit changing the charter just to make a tweak to the appointing authority, but that is also not a necessary change that needs to be made.
Good. I don't know. Tara, yeah.
Yes, Tara Fredericks, West Acton. So I object, or I think it's illegal, it's unlawful, they encourage me to say, for the municipality to try and limit the authority of elected library trustees. In the summary, it looks like that's what you're trying to do. That you're trying to limit the Citizens Library trustees to making decisions about the gift fund. So if that's not your intent, then I think it's important to make sure that you say, and the other and the other roles as outlined by law or something like that. So that the summary isn't, so that you're not trying to do an end run effectively on the courts and not using a town bylaw, which, you know, everybody was so convinced last year that was the right thing to do, and then suddenly now it's this other way where we're going to go around, and then, you know, maybe the Memorial Library bus bylaws will somehow outline what the Citizens Library trustees can and can't do, which I think would be unlawful. Jim's point about making it clear what this is for, because I thought that's all the Citizens Library Governance Group voted to put on the warrant was the expansion of the board, the number of the people on the board. Okay, so I really have no opinion about that because I haven't looked at that, but I don't think that that's a huge legal problem. I don't know for sure. But then to see this summary come out, which effectively looks like a repeat of last year's Article 11, seems to make this a much more complicated article and legally problematic. So I urge you to either add words in that say, and there are other duties as outlined by law, or something like that. But either way, I feel like, you know, you talk about these citizens petitions, you know, there's an argument that we should be passing the article about the legal fees because people want the town to go to court so that the judge can actually either tell the town to cut this out or say, yes, we approve of what you're doing. Case law has indicated that these courts have never supported such a thing because there's a reason why elected library trustees are separate from the municipality, and there's a reason why in the deed that was accepted by the town, that the stipulation was to have library trustees that were elected and separate from Acton Memorial Library. So if they wanted them to be, non-existent, there wouldn't have been elected library trustees. So anyways, back to this particular article and the summary that outlines, there's things in there that are opinions, and, obviously, if you're the petitioners and you're putting it in, but you do want it to pass, I think, and so I think you should take the whole summary out, frankly, and just let your presentation speak for itself, but I would be very careful about anything that suggests any intent to use municipal law or the home rule petition to try and limit the authority of the Citizens Library trustees as laid out by the law and respected by the courts. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim?
Given that, time is short, I think a simple change would be to just remove the last paragraph of the summary and cover this material in your presentation. And there you would have time to, clarify that, the town meeting isn't doing this. It's a bylaw change in the future.
I'm actually happy to add in more language rather than removing that, because I want to be respectful of the trustees' wishes, and both Memorial and Citizens trustees have expressed a desire to have this be clear, because people will be forming opinions as they read their warrant, either online or in a paper copy ahead of the meeting. So I'd rather include more information about, as Tara has pointed out, about the fact that we're not limiting their authority, that they are not only, it doesn't say only, voting on the gift fund, but that they will continue to exercise execute their authority as they have been for the past 60 years, and certainly as they've been meeting jointly. So I think adding more information in here might mess up the formatting, so sorry about that, but we can do it.
If you're willing to write extra language to clarify, I'm
Yeah.
totally fine with that.
David?
So I'm not sure that what you just said was, I like the summary, actually, the way it is. But what you just said, that the way that they're going to operate is the same way they have operated for the past 60 years, that's really not correct, right?
I won't include that then.
Because basically they become the trustees have always had bylaws to organize themselves, right? And they can change those to how they organize themselves, right? And you don't even address that in the summary, and I think the summary is as good as it is. And we don't know what the trustees will do, whether it's the same as the last 60 years or different, right? So we can't say that, right? They get to pass their own bylaws moving forward.
My point is that elected officials can't bind future elected officials, and municipalities can't dictate what trustees, elected library trustees can do. So that's why I don't really care if it says as they have in the past or whatever. I'm saying that under law, library trustees are XYZ, and until the courts decide differently, it seems that it's laid out. They can decide every year that they don't want to do XYZ, and they just leave it all to staff. I really don't care about that. That's the way the democratic process works. But to presume that the municipality can limit what elected library trustees can or can't do, I think is problematic. And it sets us up for same thing at town meeting where, last year we spent all this time and then we moved to dismiss it or table it because it was too confusing and too legally problematic, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if you can come up with some language that, makes it clear that you're not trying to undermine law or undermine what the courts have already said, then I, have less of an objection. I still would be voting no to the thing, because I think it's a bad path to get into, to try and undermine the courts, or excuse me, go around the courts. I don't think that the state legislature has the authority to play party to such a thing, and if this goes in, I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a group of people that notify the state house council. So, just, things have been working okay, I suppose, and, if you want to put that in there, to me, it looks like last year's Article 11 with all the same problems. So I look forward to seeing what your modified language is, and see what happens. Thank you.
I personally like this summary, and I think it's much more clear than last year's.
2 years ago.
2 years ago, yes, 2 years ago.
Yep.
And you've had a committee, and, yep.
How do the board members feel about language that indicates that the 12 trustees will continue to govern the two libraries? I did mention at the beginning, in the first paragraph, that the Memorial Library is governed by 9 trustees, and the West Acton Citizens Library has been overseen by 3 trustees. I can change that to govern. I just don't like using the same word in 2 different sentences, but I can, just say govern, and then at the end, govern. And then there isn't anything specific. And I'm going to adopt some language that I've heard from folks recently. I reject that this is the same thing as Article 11 2 years ago, because Article 11 did something completely different. And it's late, so I will end it.
It's so late, Tara.
Well, just want to say that, saying that.
Maybe you could write us an email.
Well, yes, but I want to be clear that the town doesn't have the authority to say what library.
Yes, I'm going to shut you off, thanks. Thank you, Tara.
So I can't see that anything that the commenter said is in that summary. It does not limit the trustees. It doesn't do anything she said. It's not like Article 11. I move that we keep the current summary and that we support this.
I'll second that.
You're going to put something in the motion about my summary?
Yeah.
Can't I reserve the right to add in something that Jim mentioned about a future action that the trustees, all 12 trustees, would be tasked with amending their Memorial Library bylaws, and also that they will continue to govern, instead of just leaving it as the citizens trustees have authority over the gift fund, memorial trustees, without mentioning any of the other governance that they do. And I'm not going to spell it out because, as has been pointed out, they can change their bylaws in any number of ways, but just the governance, I think, is important to include.
I modify my motion to allow Alyssa to modify the summary to say what the trustees are going to do going forward.
Microphone.
Oh, I shut it. Sorry, I modify my motion to allow Alyssa to modify the summary to say what the library trustees will do going forward.
I'll modify my second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. If there are no more articles, I move to adjourn.
No, there's one more article. Recommendation for Article 10, which is the community preservation.
Oh, yeah.
So this was voted by the CPC. The select board have very limited authority over this. You can recommend or not recommend it, but you can't modify anything that's been voted by CPC. Town meeting can vote to eliminate one or more of the projects, but they could not add new projects, nor can they add more money to it.
Do you have a motion?
I move that the Select Board recommend Article 10 as written in the warrant.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. If there are no more articles, I move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.